glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hemphill Services brings us the final segment of the show. LT's going to tell you about them. Then we'll give you a Damar update and what Zach Taylor was saying on the field with Sean McDermott. But quickly, our friends at Hemphill.
Yeah, for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Our friends at Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemphill, 205-229-2090.
The update from the Buffalo Bills: Damar remains in the ICU in critical condition with signs of improvement. Both yesterday and overnight. You see the tweet on your screen. He is expected to remain under intensive care as his health care team continues to monitor and treat him, but a positive sign from the Buffalo Bills on Damar's situation. Zach Taylor had a news conference today around the league. Teams are having to get back to practice and such again. Zach Taylor says, once the ambulance left the field and I had a chance to go talk to Sean McDermott, the first thing Sean said was, I need to be at the hospital with Damar. At that moment, Zach says, he really showed who he is, and that's when both coaches really put out, we're not going to play this game.
Yeah.
We're not going back in the field no matter what the league says. The league, who said yesterday, Herb Vincent said that we never gave a 5-minute warning. Joe Buck and ESPN have doubled down saying that is not what we were told. That's why we reported it. Your NFL officials on the scene, and our reporting tells us that you had told the teams they had 5 minutes to get going and we were going back in the field. I don't know why it's such a big deal.
It is.
Yeah, just say,
drop it.
hey, yeah, we gave you a 5 minute and then we realized we were wrong and we didn't play the game.
We made a mistake.
Or ESPN say, hey, that's what we're told, but this is not the most important thing. We're not going to get a pissing match here.
I love the fact that Joe Buck and ESPN are standing by it, though.
Yeah. Well, Joe Buck has a guaranteed contract, so he doesn't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? He's got a good contract.
Good for him.
The other part of this is and I just continue to be amazed by the generosity of people. The Chasing M's Foundation Community Toy Drive page is now up to $6.5 million in donations. And it was so cool that Fanatics, the sports apparel company, which that we've all bought stuff from,
absolutely,
said any Damar Hamlin jersey sold, our proceeds will go to his foundation. And last night it was the number one selling jersey in the entire world in any sport, which I think is just
it's really
incredibly cool how people watch that game and you're like, look, this guy's giving me a ton of entertainment. I feel awful for him and his family. I wish I could help in some way. And this is the way so many people have chosen to help the guy.
We'll record a new Bama and Bourbon today. It'll be coming out very soon on your platforms. Aaron Suttle's talking Alabama's football moves, who's leaving for the NFL and all that. Some basketball conversation. LT and him sat down with another bottle of bourbon, likely from our friends at Rabbit Hole on this one. Is that right?
It is. Yeah. It's going to be a special variety of Rabbit Hole.
Okay, real quick.
Quick breaking news. Chris Lowe, Jimbo Fisher finalizing a deal to hire Bobby Petrino as the Aggies offensive coordinator.
Yeah, from UNLV.
He's taking over play calling duties.
Yeah, that from Chris Lowe of ESPN. That's how we end the show today. We're back with you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time, to dissect what that means for Jimbo Fisher and Bobby Petrino's future. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Huge playoff weekend coming up for the NFL to get it all set and ready to go for their big bracket. We've got college football news that we'll get to out of the gate and eventually to Auburn basketball and what happened last night. But we got to start with the way the show ended. You just heard it. The last 30 seconds of the show as that news broke yesterday. Chris Lowe, Bobby Petrino back in the SEC, Bobby Petrino at Texas A&M with Jimbo Fisher. Everyone's looking at the potential of what Bobby Petrino can be in one hand, and in the other hand, they're all already talking about what an ugly divorce this will end up being for somebody in the Fisher-Petrino A&M camp. It looks like chemicals being thrown together that cannot exist in the tube too long without it exploding.
Well, look, I don't disagree with that, but the one thing I would say is this offense can't get any worse. And Bobby Petrino, say what you want about him, and one of the team names at Trivia last night was a Texas A&M movie, Two Assholes and a Murderer.
Murderer?
DJ Durkin
is.
Oh, my gosh.
We
I'm just saying, we have some rough team names.
no boundaries, limitless.
Anyway,
Yeah,
Jimbo and you look at Bobby Petrino, I mean, these two guys are egomaniacs. And I think the older any of us get, the more we get set in our ways. And this looks like a disaster just waiting to happen.
Well, the fact is, though, Bobby Petrino, at one point, it was 2001, 2002, 2003, back in the day, was considered to be, as an offensive coordinator, one of the best play callers. Even in the NFL, Tom Coughlin said the guy's unbelievable at calling plays. He left Jacksonville, went to be with Tommy Tuberville, unbelievable at calling plays, realized he didn't want to be an offensive coordinator very long, became a head coach. And then from that point on, Petrino's been part of some coups to overthrow coaches. He's left teams in the middle of the night. He's, lied to an employer. He's had a bumpy road since becoming a head coach, but it's been a long time since he's been a coordinator.
It has been, and you do wonder, going from being a head coach voluntarily, he wasn't fired at Missouri State, going from being the general back to being a colonel, I guess.
Yeah, being somebody else's.
Yeah, taking orders from somebody else
yeah.
who's a very demanding boss. I mean, Jimbo Fisher is a demanding coach. From you talk to anybody, Stan White has talked about it on this show. You talk to anybody that's played quarterback for Jimbo Fisher, he's demanding. He is not easy to play for, and I would assume also not easy to coach for.
And it doesn't seem like he's easy to understand.
What do you mean, like he talks so
communication?
fast?
Like it seems like you have a sheet with Nick Saban, right? Nick Saban's going to lay it out for you. Belichick will lay it out for you. Most coaches look like you'd have it. Like it seems like it'd be a bunch of notes,
A syllabus.
Yeah, like it'd be a bunch of notes and little pieces of paper and scattered. And Jimbo may tell you one thing and really want something else by the end of the day. Like he seems to be all over the place, like a hard guy to work for.
Well, and you just wonder, like if he turns this over totally to Bobby Petrino, which I guarantee they've had the conversation, I want full autonomy. If I'm going to take this job,
There's
where
no
I
way,
am.
right? No way Petrino comes without.
No. There's no way Jimbo Fisher gives anybody full autonomy. Zero
no,
chance.
it's the
There's
other
no
way
way
around.
Petrino comes.
No way Petrino takes it without full control.
Jimbo Fisher is going to give somebody full autonomy.
Well, look,
No,
I'm
no.
just saying
Say
he
he's
says
going to.
that.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's going to say it.
Yeah,
That's
but he
what
ain't
I'm
doing it.
saying. So
That's when the chemicals bubble out
That's
of the
right.
test
That's-
tube.
That's when
my
we get the
point
explosion
is,
we
if
want.
this thing goes smoothly, again, A&M last year was next to last in the conference, less than 23 points per game. That is hard to do in today's college football.
It was horrible.
So if this offense is good from the jump, then maybe this thing works out. But once it starts to sputter, that's when Jimbo's going to get back involved, and that's when you're going to see the feuding. And I wouldn't be surprised at all by October if we see on. Well, I guess he'll be in the booth more than likely.
I was going to bring this up. Will we have the video of those two yelling at each other at one point?
Yeah. Well, if he's on the sideline, yeah,
he'll be in the booth. He'll be a booth guy.
So then we'll have the video of Jimbo yelling in a headset, and it's the little fisheye camera looking up at Petrino, and he's pressing the button, yelling back.
Yeah.
Oh,
doing this.
Yeah. I hope we get that.
I mean,
Rockstar was doing the neck brace.
This is, although you guys know I respect Bobby Petrino, the coach, this seems like a desperation last move.
Oh, it really does. Now,
I heard it described, I think it was Andy Staples, somebody on The Athletic, who said this is Jimbo Fisher. If Texas A&M football is the United States, this is Jimbo Fisher picking up the red phone and calling Bobby Petrino, saying, "Hey, we got to launch the missiles to save the country. This is the last straw for Jimbo Fisher to try to save this thing at Texas A&M."
Well, I will say too, though, Lance, the only way you can be comfortable having Jimbo Fisher as one of your coordinators is if you do have about $75 million guaranteed left on your contract. I mean, that's the only way I'm comfortable with that guy being a coordinator, not stabbing me in the back, is if I've got that much, if it costs you that much money to make him the head coach.
I would say this, and I don't know how you guys would feel. If I'm an A&M fan, though, based on what I have not seen offensively, I'm excited about the move. I know it can implode at any time, but desperate times call for desperate measures.
There is no doubt there's talent on that Texas A&M roster, right?
Look, I think Connor Weigman can end up being a good quarterback. Right. Evan Stewart is going to be one of the best wide receivers over the next couple of years in college football.
And Bobby Petrino is a great play caller. He can call a great game. He's got good schemes. Some people will say that both of these guys' success were in a different era.
I was about to bring that up.
And that maybe their fastball doesn't work anymore. I disagree with that. I think both of these guys really have, a really good football mind. I just think Jimbo Fisher has lost the ability to use his somehow. He's overwhelmed by the moment. Just caught up with all the noise around him. This will probably help him contribute better in the meeting room and in the game planning and all that if he just sits back, runs the team, and lets Bobby Petrino call the plays on Saturday. I really believe this thing will work.
Let's go back to the history of the world, Rocky. If Jimbo Fisher was the first ever to see flame, how does he react?
Jimbo Fisher. Well, it's going to be hot. I know what you're thinking, but sliced bread thinks this is supposed to be hot, and it's going to be the new thing to cook.
Are you thinking that Jimbo would overreact and put the fire out instantly?
No, I just think Jimbo would get overwhelmed.
Oh, my God, what is that?
So back to what you were about to say. You think that maybe these guys are relics. They are in a museum somewhere.
I wonder if Jimbo Fisher, or I wonder if Bobby Petrino was calling the type of offense that works now. I mean, he had 2 good offensive years at Louisville. 2. Otherwise, they were bad, they were really bad his last year. They scored 19 points a game his last year.
Good. Second time at Louisville or first time at Louisville? Because he had a lot of
his most recent time at Louisville. Okay. That's where I'm judging him because.
Well, no, that was still good offenses.
2 years it was.
I mean, Lamar Jackson won a Heisman Trophy.
Yeah, 2 years it was. 2 of the 5. So, 3 years it was not good.
I think you need to go back and look at the numbers.
Well, I think you need to go back and look at the numbers, Lance.
Yeah.
It's your boy. I know it's your boy, Lance, and I'm disparaging the name of your boy, but he finished 53rd, 64th, and 122nd in scoring offense outside of those 2 good years.
That 122nd was probably the last year, right?
Well, it was the last year. Do I not count that one?
No, you can, but I think that's the year he tapped out, right?
It's LT's boy.
I think
Jimbo, he's going to be Petrino all year. It's going to be fun. It's going to come to fisticuffs.
I think Petrino has a history of final years of doing anything. He's not very
he's not good
dialed in.
I think
2 good years.
I'm still going to be right on this Texas A&M Jimbo Fisher experiment. So.
Which is what? That it's going to fail?
Yeah, that it'll fail.
2014, Louisville finished 53rd in the nation scoring offense, 31 points a game. That is not good. You'd give me that, right?
Yeah.
All right. 2015, Louisville finished, give me 2 seconds, 65th at 28 points per game. Took a step backwards. That's not good, right?
That's not good.
Now, the 2 years that you're mentioning with Lamar Jackson, they were really good. And then he fell back off to 122nd in scoring offense. They were 6th and 11th of those 2 years with Lamar Jackson.
But there are a lot of people that believe that Bobby Petrino, for whatever reason, tapped out.
Okay, I'll throw that last year out. So he was 50-50.
So when he was engaged, it was pretty good offense.
When he was engaged with 2 years it was, when he had a transcendent quarterback. Lamar Jackson's a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. Does he have that at Texas A&M?
I don't know.
We don't know. We'll find out. He can. We'll see what he's able to
Well,
do. But to LT's point, to start the conversation off, Texas A&M was rock bottom. Again, one other writer writes that it was 5-7 this year for Texas A&M, but the fans felt like it was 0-12, and you have to agree with that. With the losses they had, the lack of quality wins they had, it felt like an 0-12 season.
And the reason I'm only considering his second stint at Louisville is because you guys would grant me he started at Louisville in 2014. There was a significant shift in offense in college football around 2013, 2014, and when he had the type of quarterback that was playing that style of offense, yeah, they were good. I don't know if I don't know if he's going to have that type of quarterback at Texas A&M, and is he willing to play that style of offense? I mean, the game has changed considerably since 2013.
But I will tell you this: in 2006, they were a Brian Brom overthrow from playing for a national championship.
Yeah, it was a different. You're right about that. It was a different world of college football then.
Yeah, Brown is pointing out that 2006, though it doesn't seem like that long ago for us, is a generation ago now.
Yeah, and it was a different world of offensive football. There was a different way, you played football then. And Jimbo Fisher, by the way, in that world was a good offensive coordinator too.
Yeah.
And Jimbo has not changed with the times. And I'm just wondering, aloud here, is if you've gone back and you've gotten a guy that was comfortable for you because he was really good when you were really good. So I don't know a musical example here, Rockstar, but there's got to be a band like they were really good together back in the day. That's a bad example. Yeah. I don't know but you see what I'm saying, right? Is I'm comfortable with Bobby Petrino because he was good when I was good. So he had to be doing something right.
No, this was not a Jimbo Fisher decision. There's no way. This was a bunch of boosters who said, this is a bunch of boosters who got in and said, we need to do something with this offense. You've got to hire somebody to call some plays.
So you think with that parachute that Jimbo Fisher has in his contract that he's going to let boosters dictate that to him?
I do. I think he's wanting to save face here. He wants to save. He does not want to go out.
I'm with Lance. I don't know about
being
that.
a 5-7 guy who eventually will get a big buyout and get fired. He doesn't want to be that guy.
So
Craig says Petrino, in the numbers you guys are throwing out to him at Louisville, it wasn't SEC competition. I will tell you that with SEC competition at Arkansas, he took Arkansas from middle of the pack, low end of the SEC, and in 2010 and 2011 had them really, really good in the SEC.
Yeah, and it was all about their offense. I mean, they had great receivers. They had really, really good quarterbacks. And that was a team that was up 14-0, and they ended up, losing, going away to that really, really good 2011 LSU team. But if they hold on to win there, they play for the national championship. So he's been 2 games away from playing with 2 different programs for a national championship.
Pretty comfortable loss to Alabama that same year.
Yeah, it was.
That was the 2011 season, if I remember correctly, where Alabama and LSU played the game of the century and then played again for the national championship. Any other year, if that Arkansas team was playing, they would have had a chance to be SEC champions. They just happened to be playing against 2 of the best SEC teams of all time.
I firmly believe they were the 3rd best team in the nation. I mean, Oklahoma State was the other team that was in the running there. I felt like Arkansas, it's hard for me to remember, it's been a long time ago, but I felt like Arkansas was better than Oklahoma State that year.
I agree with you.
I think they were the 3rd best team in the nation. They just so happened to be in the same division with the 2 best teams in the nation. I mean, it was wild.
And there was the time they were stacked up. I guess they were 1-3 when LSU, number 1 in the country, beat them badly on the day after Thanksgiving. Arkansas was number 3 in the country.
Yeah, was that Tyler Wilson? Was he the quarterback on that team? Lance?
Tyler Wilson was one of the quarterbacks, and then Mallett was a quarterback.
Yeah. I mean, he had a good quarterback run. There's no doubt that Bobby Petrino was a good quarterbacks coach back in the day. Again, Lamar Jackson's not that long ago playing college football.
Chief, with the point I want to make after LT tells you about our friend Dr. B, the guy who has made LT's hair grow, obviously not thickening his skin as he's wearing a parka today, but
people are asking if Lance is about to hit the slopes.
By the way, the AC is blowing in here. You guys will give me that. When I sat down, this thing, and I'm cold-natured, I admit it.
But Michael over there, one of our great viewers and listeners, said LT has an amazing coat and jacket collection for someone who lives in Alabama.
He really does.
You should see Ladybirds.
Yeah, Ladybird's got one too.
And then several people are asking, "Are you in a parka? Is that technically listed as a parka?"
It is. It's thinner than you would think, though.
Yeah.
So it's just because the
hood looks makes it look really hot. Yeah.
And so, I've got a lot of jackets that have got hoods. But outside of with shoes, outerwear is my favorite thing.
Yeah, but if we had a green screen and put you with a snowy Lambeau field behind you like you were doing a report, you would fit in naturally.
You look like the CBS sideline guy when he's at Lambeau Field.
Like Lisa Salters would want to borrow your jacket if she was doing a Monday night game at Lambeau.
We've got a friend that's going to Lambeau on Sunday night.
Oh, yeah?
And they've got a massive setup. I'll tell you guys in break, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah, looking
It'll
forward to that.
be a fun game to be to.
Evan asked, is that a Canada Goose?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Well, good eye there, Evan. It ain't cheap, he says. Go ahead and tell us about Dr. B, a guy that can get that hair right.
Yeah, look, if your hair, I would be preemptive on this. If you know anyone, if you see it yourself, you're starting to thin a little bit, go see our friend Dr. Beckenstein. He is the best in the business. When I started to lose hair, everyone I asked said Dr. B is the guy you need to call. T3hair.net for more information. My hair's already 14% thicker. Started that second phase, already have significant growth. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. He takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or t3hair.net.
And as I forget who it was now over there now. It was Chief. Chief was saying that one of the dangers of hiring Bobby Petrino is you can almost go back to Chizik and Malzahn at Auburn for this and other situations in time. If this offense is fantastic from the get-go, what keeps the Texas A&M people from wanting Bobby Petrino as their head coach?
That's what I said, $75 million.
The $75 million
or whatever that number is.
Is what would stand in the way of that. And then you would have to pay Bobby Petrino head coaching money at that point, too. So that some people think that maybe, Jimbo Fisher was hiring a guy that could take over for him, a guy that everyone would fall in love with more than Jimbo Fisher. And to me, that's where the fire begins, is when everyone starts giving all the credit for the success to Bobby Petrino and none of it to Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah, you're right.
That's where the old oil and water comes together, and all of a sudden you get to Gus Malzahn. I'm taking back over play calling.
It's where Jimbo's ego, or you struggle for a couple games, and then it becomes a Gus Malzahn, Chip Lindsey. Were those Chip's plays or were those your plays? Well, the good ones are Chip's, the bad ones are mine. Ha 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 ha. But that's what you say when you're facing the media. And Chip Lindsey and Bobby Petrino are not the same person. I mean, that worked because Chip Lindsey was ascending the ladder here to get a job at Auburn, and was probably willing to take that type of situation with the guys. That's not Bobby Petrino. This is an accomplished head coach.
Now, I will tell you this. A&M not even going to a bowl game last year. The expectation was we beat Alabama last year. This is the year we get to a college football playoff. And in retrospect, the first team from Texas to get to a college football playoff is TCU in year one of Sonny Dykes. So next year, I'm not expecting a bounce back to 8-4. I'm expecting a bounce back to 11-1 if I'm an A&M fan. That's what we're paying for. So if I told you guys this schedule,
I think you're really setting the expectations way too high to say 11-1. I mean, can you not go 10-2?
Well, I don't know. I need to hear the schedule. I know your one's Alabama. Who are the 10?
I mean,
can't you go 10-2?
The only thing I would say
9-3. I mean, I'm 5-7 this year. We lost 24 people to the portal. We lost almost that whole class.
You've got a portal to go out and get people. I mean, all I would say is Lincoln Riley USC went from 4-8. I know it's a different league, to a game away from playing in the college football playoff. TCU hadn't been to a bowl game in 3 years. They hired Sonny Dykes, and in year one, he's playing for a national championship.
So, I mean, Tulane went from 2-10 to the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah. But you also tell me that, Lane Kiffin was 10 wins the year before. I mean, we got to be 10 wins again, or it's going to be a disappointment. I mean,
was a disappointment.
Somebody's got to lose in this conference. Everybody can't have the expectations. What's Brian Kelly's expectation this year? It's got to be college football playoffs,
All
right?
I'm saying is, if I'm an A&M fan, though, the money you're paying him, hey, look, everybody's getting theirs. LSU had theirs in 19. Bama had theirs in 20. Georgia's going to get theirs in 21 and 22. Where is ours?
So Alabama's got to be in the playoffs.
That is correct,
or it's a disappointment.
Yes.
Brian Kelly's got to be in the playoffs next year, or he's not meeting expectation.
Georgia.
And just staying in the West. Texas A&M's got to be 11-1, or they're not meeting expectations. That math doesn't add up.
It doesn't, but I'm only worried about my fan
Yeah,
base.
not my fault.
You approach this saying the math doesn't work for everyone. That's everybody else's problem. I'm a Texas A&M fan. I'm paying $100 million guaranteed. I don't care about Jim Dunaway's math. I care about my team.
No, I
should be 11-1.
I understand, and there's no ceiling. You can be 11-1. I'm just saying that the realistic expectations are I am now 5-7 this year. I have lost 20. I've lost our great recruiting class to the portal. And now I'm hiring Bobby Petrino as a last-ditch effort to save this program from slipping further down the hole here. Hopefully, 9-3 would be a great step forward. To say our expectations is 11-1 and everything else is a disappointment is unrealistic.
Well, fans generally are not realistic.
Yeah, I'm fired.
Are you talking as fans or are you talking as administrators? Because administrators who talk like that are why he's got that contract.
Well, but I would say, though, administrators are going to get fired if the fans don't get what they want.
Yeah, and 9-3 is, to me, a fireable offense next year.
Wow, fireable. Well, give me the schedule. I got to hear the schedule.
Well, I'll throw the schedule out.
Let's squeeze in. As you pull up the schedule here, our friends at the University of Montevallo, got to get these in. Montevallo, a great place for you guys to go to school. If you've got a son or daughter who's thinking about college, you can do that at the University of Montevallo for 4 years. Great, wonderful liberal arts school there, wonderful broadcasting school. They've got a business school, theater department, and a lot more. Some of the great teachers in our area, University of Montevallo graduates. Find out what all Montevallo has to offer. 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports and a lot more. Get an in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Okay, schedule. All I'm saying, I'm paying you $10 million. You lost 7 games. You lost 24 guys to the portal. You had to hire Bobby Petrino because your offense stinks. It's all your fault.
All right.
So here we go. New Mexico in College Station.
If I can't win that one, he's fired day one.
At Miami, Hard Rock Stadium.
I should be. That was a terrible Miami team. I should be able to win that one.
La Monroe.
Again, fire him if he doesn't win it.
Auburn in College Station.
I mean, you're certainly going to be the favorite there. Yeah. I expect to win that game, yes.
Arkansas, neutral site, Arlington.
It's a weird, wild game. I should have lost it this year, but yes, I expect to win that one.
Alabama, Kyle Field.
I mean, last time it was in Kyle Field, I won it. I had a chance to win it in Bryant-Denny last year. There's no reason I can't win that game.
In Neyland against Tennessee.
I mean, that one worries me a little bit, but Dunaway thinks Tennessee's a rebuild.
And then South Carolina, Kyle Field.
I should win that one.
At Ole Miss.
I mean, I should win that one.
Mississippi State, Kyle Field.
I should win that one.
Abilene Christian.
I should win that one.
And then they close in Tiger Stadium against LSU.
I mean, that's a tough one, obviously. I mean, I could see a loss in there, but I mean, there again on the Alabama thing, it's just easy to say, well, you got to accept a loss to Alabama. Well, last time I played them at home, I beat them. And then in Bryant-Denny Stadium with one of my worst teams. I know I was playing their backup, but I beat them. But that backup may be who I face.
But when you do that with the SEC West schedule for Alabama, you count those as wins. When you do it for LSU, you're counting those as wins.
Yeah,
when you do it for Ole Miss, you're counting that as maybe a loss or two along the way.
But I'm with Brown. Look, the only thing I'm worried about as an A&M fan is A&M, and I'm just seeing these other programs have success, and we're paying a guy elite money, and it's not happening.
That's right. I should be to the point right now where I count those as wins.
When we come back, we'll get into what happened to Auburn last night. Much more on Bobby Petrino joining the SEC. It'll be a talking point for a while. We've got Deion Sanders' contract numbers. We'll get to that and some of the nuances that are there for him and a lot of other stuff. Huge basketball game for UAB tonight. All that's still coming up on the show that's being brought to you in part today by our friends at Bromberg's. If you are looking to pop the question in 2023, there's only one place to go get a diamond. It's been the place you've gone to for almost 2 centuries. It's our friends at Bromberg's.
Yeah, Bromberg's, they are your diamond specialist. Anything you need from Bromberg's, they can handle this. Family owned and operated since 1836. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view that online store today, Brombergs.com. Again, family owned and operated since 1836. They've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. For more information and to shop online, Brombergs.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
We're going to spin the wheel here in a second. Not the real wheel we have back there, but I'm going to ask you guys. Let me tell you about Storm Restoration Roofing, and you guys decide whether we want to talk what we saw with Auburn Basketball last night, or we want to go more Petrino and Deion Sanders contract numbers after I tell you about Storm Restoration Roofing. Get ready to spin the wheel, Rockstar. Greg from Pell City wants to remind you that if you ever have roof damage, like just recently happened around the state, you need to have Storm Restoration Roofing and Greg from Pell City right on the tip of your tongue, right there on the end of that phone line really quickly. 205-542-3531. You say, Jim, what can Greg do for me if all of a sudden I've got a hole in my roof and it's raining at night? Well, Greg's the guy you call. He can come out there and secure your roof property, put that tarp on it, take care of it, and do it in a way that your insurance companies are not going to come out and say, hey, you screwed it up, we're not going to pay you anything. Because the insurance companies trust Greg. He's going to protect your property and then let your insurance companies come out there and assess the damage. He has photos he'll take for you. He'll do all of that for you. Just call him up, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. He and his wife own the company, locally owned. Another thing Greg does for you, it's a free, no-cost inspection anytime. Just think, when's the last time you had that roof inspected? If it hasn't been inspected in a while, call it. Call that number, get a free no-cost roof inspection as well. 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Storm Restoration Roofing Brown.
Kier Elam, who is a Buffalo Bill, has just tweeted, our boy, he's talking about Damar Hamlin here, our boy is doing better, awake, and showing more signs of improvement. Thank you, God. Keep the prayers coming, please. All love, 3. That is certainly good news. I have never seen, well, I shouldn't say never. Rarely do I see a story. Everywhere I go, this is what people are talking about.
Everybody.
It's wild.
You know, and I heard this point yesterday, and this is interesting. You know, everybody gets celebrated after life.
Yeah.
You know, after the funeral, everybody talks about what a great guy this certain person is. Damar has an opportunity, if he wakes up and everything's functional, that he is going to get to live what everybody has done and said about him, which is really weird.
Yeah, first of all, he's going to wake up to like $6.5–7 million in a charity he started that had like $3,000 2 days ago. And he's going to realize, man, the entire world was giving money to a charity. That's how I was felt about, you know. Yeah. That's how people felt about me.
Not to get on a side tangent, but, you know, people are talking about the hit to the chest now. And, you know, we had the doctor on yesterday, the cardiologist, talking about it. He said, look, you've got to really protect the chest. We're protecting head-to-head now. I mean, is the next thing waist up? I mean,
I don't know. I mean, that's such a rare occurrence.
It really is. But, you know, we're knee-jerk. I mean, remember the pass interference against the Rams in the NFC Championship? The next year we had instant replay on pass interference.
Well, and if you remember, the doctor yesterday said the next big step is, and Scott is showing the Buffalo Bills statement here, and we've tweeted it out, his neurological situation. And they say from the Cincinnati Medical Center, physicians say that he appears to be neurologically intact. So that's incredible news, man.
Damar Hamlin is who we're speaking of, 24 years of age. Signs of improvement started to be reporting yesterday, and it's continuing. Big weekend for the NFL as we get ready to set up the playoffs. But as Brown and LT are talking about the football world and everybody on social media talking about Damar Hamlin, the human he is, and what his recovery has meant to so many people out there. Something we will continue to update you, obviously, as tweets come across the timeline there. Well, let's talk about Auburn basketball then. Auburn basketball last night gets upset by Georgia, 75-64 over in Athens. Your thoughts on the game?
Well, you know, it was one of those games we talked about yesterday that Auburn's just got to win. You know, going into this matchup, for whatever reason, Bruce Pearl hadn't had a lot of success against Mike White, and Auburn came out flat. Their guards didn't play well. Only one starter was in double figures for the Tigers. And I don't know what to make of this Auburn team, but watching them last night, it doesn't even look like a tournament team.
I called this a get-right game yesterday, and Forrester said this morning when I said, Scott, I just don't know how good your team is right now. He said, as you were saying this on the show yesterday, calling it a get-right game, I was sitting back there thinking, I don't know that this team can get right.
Bobby, over in the chat room, these days even basketball blue bloods have down years. If five-star forwards doesn't start playing like five-star forward, Auburn's going to be hosting an NIT game in March. But Bruce Pearl will build it back up, and everybody always has faith in Bruce Pearl, even to get a lesser roster of people who aren't playing up to expectations to maybe get them to winning some games down the stretch where they could still make the NCAA tournament. The problem is the guards.
Yeah.
And it's easy to just look at a stat sheet, but you watch the game and you wonder when they ever make shots. But they do make them occasionally. I mean, Wendell Green last night was 2 of 12, so he did make 2. 2 of 12, 0 of 6 from 3. Jalen Williams, a forward, 1 of 9 shooting, 1 of 5 from 3. KD, 1 of 5 from the floor, 1 of 2 from 3. I mean, when you have some guys in the perimeter going 2 of 12, 1 of 9, 1 of 5, that ain't coaching.
Yeah, and Jalen Williams is the guy I think Bobby's referring to. But you look at Georgia's guard play, they score 43 points from their starting guards. Auburn's starting guards have just 12 points. And we remember KD Johnson was such a leader last year, so vocal. Guy's got a ton of experience. Green's got experience. Jasper's got experience. Flanagan's got experience. And Flanagan did have 11 off the bench last night. But it's weird because you do have experienced guards. They're just not productive right now.
You know, and Scott brought up, and he's right about this, we spent a lot of time in the preseason talking about Yohan Traore, and that may be who Bobby's talking about. He's talking in code. I don't know why, but this guy, the freshman forward, was supposed to be, okay, Bobby says in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, that's who I'm talking about. And Scott brought this up earlier off the air. This guy's averaging 12 minutes a game. 12 minutes and 3 points a game. When we were talking about him in the offseason, I expected much more than 12 minutes a game and 3 points a game.
You expected not what Jabari did, but in the Jabari neighborhood at least.
Well, this guy was sold to me as the replacement for Jabari Smith. And again, to your point, that's not saying he's going to be as good as Jabari Smith. By the way, those are, sometimes once in a lifetime for a college basketball program. So I didn't expect that. But I expected some sort of obvious drop-off, but a guy that is still very productive. You're not even getting him playing right now.
Yeah. Troy says Auburn has absolutely zero shooters. Bruce has built this team with priority on defense. Bruce builds every team with a priority on defense. Defense is his calling card, always has been, but it's an unusually bad shooting team right now, and Bruce is challenging his team, wanting them to deliver a little bit more. Rockstar cut number 1, please. Bruce Pearl, last night after the game, talking about the need for his guys to accept a one-on-one challenge, especially out on the perimeter.
Janai did another good job, doing a good job defensively, but we needed to win more one-on-one battles. Jalen Williams needed to win his matchup. We can't win if Jalen Williams goes 1 for 9. We just can't. Didn't get off to a very good start, which you have to do on the road in order to win, and they did, which gave them obviously some confidence. And so we got to get better point guard play.
I'm not going to back off my 11-7 prediction yet, but if you followed our preseason prediction that Taylor had me do, that was a W last night that I had for them.
Did you? You had Florida a W too, right?
Yeah. So I had them off to a 2-0 start, and then their first loss was going to be Saturday to Arkansas. Arkansas comes to town. Arkansas is a very talented roster, but they're not whole because they don't have their big stud, Nick Smith. And the news yesterday about Nick Smith was he wasn't even in the arena last night in Fayetteville. He was seeing a knee specialist, and with his NBA future expected to be a one-and-done, Nick Smith is thinking about possibly getting that knee treated by a specialist and shutting it down and preparing for the NBA. So that would be a huge loss for Arkansas in what was considered to be the best incoming player in college basketball. So him not being on that Arkansas roster does open up the door for the possibility of, some teams beating Arkansas that I did not think. So I don't know if Auburn can do it Saturday, but at home against an Arkansas team that will not be whole is a little bit of an advantage for where Auburn, I thought they would be in this game on Saturday.
Well, to say I'm cold in college basketball right now is an understatement, but I had Arkansas minus the 8.5, and they were down 17 off the jump last night.
Does the lock need a parka too?
Yeah, the lock probably needs a parka. Okay. Arkansas was lucky. I mean, the offense came alive in the second half, but this team, you're right, they don't seem whole right now, and Auburn will be a favorite in that game on Saturday.
You think they'll be the favorite?
Over Arkansas, really?
Yeah.
By how much?
No way.
Oh, yeah. They'll be 2 or 3 points.
I mean, look, I watched Missouri take Arkansas. I don't know how good Missouri is.
Really good.
You think really good?
Yeah, they're a tournament team.
Okay.
I mean, Kobe Bryant, we talked about him yesterday.
He's a really good player.
This will be the first time we've ever done this. I'll bet you a stake Auburn is favored.
So just on when the odds come out on Friday.
If they open as a favorite.
Yeah. I mean, that's when it comes out, right? Friday?
Yeah.
Usually,
no,
for Saturday?
At any point if they're favored in this game. I mean, it's only going to be not even a 24-hour cycle because the odds won't come out till overnight, really.
At any point, though, that starts getting some movement.
Yeah, I think you either need to do at tip or at open, one of the two. I wouldn't go at
Which
any
is
point.
better for you, at tip?
I
want to go one or the other, either when it opens or at tip. Which is better for you? I will let you go which is better for you.
Yeah, but see, this is giving you an advantage here.
Why?
It is, because the number can fluctuate. You're saying
it can, but
you didn't think there was any way they're going to be favored. So if there's no way they're going to be favored, Arkansas should be a solid 4 or 5 point favorite. And there's no way Auburn would ever be favored.
I'm just saying that when you it's either are they
I'll
favored when it
I'll
opens?
take Auburn at tip.
At tip?
Yeah.
Auburn at tip's the favorite. I'll take Arkansas the favorite at tip.
Okay.
For a stake. Brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. Tell us about New York Butcher.
New York Butcher Shop is the place you need to stop on the way home tonight. Look, the weekend is already here. It's hard to believe it's been such a short week with the New Year holiday. But if you want to be the hero, you can stop in, go see our good friend Jim at one of the 2 locations of the New York Butcher Shop. One right down the road here at Cabo Heights, one right down the road from our houses, Highway 119 in Greystone. Certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. They've also got those delicious, huge deli sandwiches. I got a buddy that swears they're the best sandwiches in all of Birmingham. Great selection of fine wines and desserts.
They're huge.
I can't finish it.
They're big.
They're big.
Ain't no doubt about
That's
that
what I
now.
told my buddy Chief, and I said, man, I can't finish it. And he said, that's your problem.
Yeah. No, I finish them, but afterwards
can't finish it.
I have to have a little couch time.
Yeah, but it's one of those things. You could split the sandwich. Anyway, just great food. Again, 2 locations to serve you. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Yeah, just unbelievable people there. It's the first time we've ever bet on a line coming out, and I'm doing it with a guy who sets lines better than the casinos do.
He does, but I mean, I think most people would be surprised if Auburn's the favorite in this game based on the way those two teams have played. But now college basketball, when you get in conference, the lines get really small to begin with.
And then
when you get on the road
I'll
in
be
conference.
home
shocked
court
if Auburn,
advantage.
if Auburn is not favored in this game.
Okay, and we're going at tip, right?
Yep.
All right, for a stake there where I'm 5 up right now and enjoying a nice little run. Let's keep it going. We'll see Arkansas and Auburn coming up this week. Big game for UAB tonight. They're playing Florida Atlantic. The Field of 68 podcast, their guest last night was Andy Kennedy. Was on their show because they continue to talk about UAB, of all the mid-majors, playing one of the more exciting styles of basketball. And this is their season. If they're going to have any shot at being an at-large team and not being, they're in a one-bid league. I think you told me that since the reconfiguration, didn't you tell that to Andy the other day? We were talking about that with him.
I brought up, it doesn't seem fair that you guys get labeled a one-bid league every single year, and he's the one that came up with the number.
That it's been, since they've reconfigured the league, that every year it's just been one bid.
And that's the way it's going to be again this year.
Yeah, but Florida Atlantic is 38 in the Ken Pom, and UAB's behind them, so this is a road opportunity against a team that yesterday was 38. I don't know where Florida 39 today. Yep. Still a top 40 Ken Pom team.
11
on the
net.
road. On the road tonight. This is a quality Q1 win that'll probably stay Q1 all year for UAB if they can get the win tonight.
Yeah, look, and again, we talk about guard play, and the Owls, they've got it. They can shoot the three as well as anyone in college basketball. I mean, this is a team, I think they've got 4 different guys that shoot over 40% from behind the arc. So UAB is going to have to do a great job defending the perimeter. And you're right, man. The Owls, they're 12-1 right now. They're 1 loss to Ole Miss. I know Ole Miss is not a great team, but it's still an SEC team. But this is a tough test. I haven't checked the numbers yet. I'm about to go through them. I would think that Florida Atlantic is probably a 3 or 4 point favorite.
And to your point on Ken Pom, West Virginia is 21. That is a UAB loss, but that's their highest Ken Pom game. This will be their second highest one.
But that's a loss to them on the road on their home floor.
Yeah,
so that's a Q1 loss.
That's a Q1 loss. But my point being that if you stack up their schedule right now, that's going to be their second best game. It's going to be this road game at FAU.
Absolutely. They need, if they win tonight and then run the table in Conference USA or just maybe drop one game, there's a door open, I think, because of Andy Kennedy's reputation and what UAB, they were a tournament team last year. I think there's a door open for them to, if they win tonight on the road, only lose one conference game or go unbeaten, and then drop a game in the tournament, I think they could still get in at large.
Well, good news is you get FAU twice, but if you beat them twice, that's gonna. I mean, it's just one of those deals where that's going to hurt it a little bit.
Yeah.
You just, if you're UAB and you can win this game tonight, you want FAU just to absolutely destroy the rest of their schedule except your game.
And the Owls are a slight 2.5 point favorite. Right?
2.5 point favorite tonight, 6 o'clock down there in South Florida for that contest tonight. It should be an interesting game. Much more on the college football side as we roll on. Tom Luginbill with us at the top of the hour. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Way to Wellness. I'm in the middle right now, halfway through a Way to Wellness snack bar right now. Couldn't finish it in our short commercial break there. This one right here is like a Reese's cup, a little crunchy Reese's cup. It's got that flavor right there, just stacked with protein. 15 grams of protein in this thing. It's part of the plan to lose weight right there with our friends at Way to Wellness. If you want to drop some pounds in 2023, the best place to do it is our friends at Way to Wellness. Just go to this website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com, and that will take you to the Way to Wellness website. You'll learn about Leslie, her board-certified team. No cookie-cutter plan here. They design each plan for you specifically. Mine is 4 of these snack bars throughout the day. My own lunch, my own dinner. I eat my own lunch, my own dinner, and still drop the weight right there. You can too, and get better cholesterol numbers, blood pressure numbers, as well as a better number on that scale. Aplanforme.com, no contract, no sign-up fees, and the consultation is absolutely free. When we come back, Deion Sanders' contract numbers. pretty amazing deal he's got. And then one interesting thing I want to get these guys' reaction to. It's next, probably right here on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. Hey guys, tackling that WD has never been easier, and you can handle it discreetly in the Next Round store. I'm Jim Dunaway here to help you with wardrobe dysfunction.
Ooh, I like that hat.
We have new items to excite you daily. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Hats, long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and so much more. Get the gear that we wear and say goodbye to WD forever. Wardrobe dysfunction can be a bad memory. Nextround.store. Nextround.store.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
D-Man and Hoover, back to our conversation yesterday. Eric Ainge needs to tap the brakes, hating on Stetson Bennett's big time. Ainge seems to be emotionally unbalanced. He's just a Tennessee guy doing Tennessee sports talk radio.
Some would say that makes you emotionally unbalanced.
Yeah. We always said this for, how long were we in radio? 12 years?
Together 12 years, but I mean, all told, 70, what was it?
77 years.
77 years combined.
So we had a saying that we never played radio.
Nope.
And we don't play digital platform either. I mean, every emotion we do here is our real emotion. I mean, you will hear us actually get mad at each other sometimes. And that's because we believe what we're saying, and we'll get mad at each other sometimes. Not fake, not designed like you see on a First Take or something like that. It actually is because we're all friends and we all sit around and watch sports sometimes together, and we have our own beliefs about sports and everything, but we will never create false anger on the show, and nor do we create any dumb moments that I do throughout the course of the show. And we don't stage anything for ratings, clicks, or anything like that. That being said, I don't know if Eric Ainge really is cheering against Stetson Bennett or hates Stetson Bennett or what, but it was a very I'm playing radio moment when
it was.
When we played it yesterday.
But I do believe he probably does hate Georgia, probably does hate Stetson Bennett, the success he's having, and he probably is pulling for him to have 4 picks. Yeah. Our listeners and viewers are smart enough to know that we don't do that and that people do that. But, I mean, I've been involved in people talking to me before shows years ago saying, hey, why don't you take this side and I'll take that side.
Right.
And I'm like, I'm not interested
And
in
I
that.
think we've done it long enough to spot it when it's happening. I don't know if you guys watched the Skip Bayless-Shannon Sharp exchange yesterday. I think I'm pretty good at spotting fake and not fake, and I really can't tell in that one.
I can't watch those two. What happened? Was it based on the tweet?
Yeah, it was based on the Skip Bayless tweet. And our friend Jen Hale was hosting, but she was hosting remotely, so it was super awkward too because she was on delay.
I don't know if she
so
hosts
is this
full time now.
Another blow up between them, not the replay of the old one.
No, this is from yesterday.
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
So Shannon Sharp had missed the Tuesday show. I've lost track of days here. The Tuesday show, and there was a lot of speculation that he skipped the show because of the Skip Bayless tweet about Damar Hamlin. So he came back and he was going to start the show by explaining why he missed the show. So he's like, Jen Hale sets him up for an opening monologue. And he starts talking and he says, there's speculation about I skipped the show because of Skip's tweet. I didn't like the tweet. I hope Skip takes it down. And Skip interrupts him. He's like, well, time out. I'm not taking it down. And then it's off the rails at that point. Shannon Sharp's like, I can't even get through a monologue without you interrupting me, Skip.
Yeah. MyBookie bringing you the show. MyBookie is the folks that we use here, mybookie.ag. If you want to make a play right now, anywhere in America you're watching us, MyBookie will get you in the game tonight.
And you can use code NEXTROUND on a deposit of $50 or more. You get that old cash bonus, and it goes right into your MyBookie account, and it's super simple to use, right? There's no strings attached here. You just bet your deposit amount one time, and you can cash it out. Bet and win, you're good to go, man. Bet on the NFL playoffs, the UFC, college basketball, NBA. A share of big cash prizes in the weekly online blackjack tournaments as well. Listen, there's a lot of brands to choose from. You know what you want? A platform that makes it simple to bet and to win, and that is mybookie.ag. Don't forget the code NEXTROUND to get that deposit bonus. Get in the game now. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND for that free money. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
And also by our friends at Ghost Energy. Ghost Energy drinks in the morning. Get you going. 0 sugar right there. Look for it wherever you buy your energy drinks. Make the switch with us to Ghost Energy. Glad to have them along here in 2023. All right, Deion Sanders numbers. 5-year, $29.5 million contract. Well, we'll do some phases here. What do you think of that? 5 years, $29.5 million for Deion.
I mean, quick math, that's $6 million a year. That's a lot of money for Colorado.
It really is.
I mean, their athletics budget, they just don't have it. I'm a little surprised. I'm not saying he's not worth it. I mean, everybody's talking about what he's going to be able to do. He's already bringing in talent to Boulder. But I'm a little surprised that he took $6 million a year for those guys.
Seems like on the low end of what he would take. Is that what you're saying?
No. It seems on the high end.
Well, I'm just saying Deion gets painted as a guy that doesn't need the money, and I'm assuming Deion has. I don't know that he's thrifty. I saw was it an MTV show where he was riding around that mansion on a scooter?
Yeah, I don't know if it was MTV. It was VH1
or something like that. So I don't know that he's been thrifty, but he's made a lot of money, and he's still making it with the endorsement deals. So I don't think it's – but I think if you're Deion Sanders, you want your program to be viewed among the haves of college football, even though they may not be. So if you're going to do that, you need to make $6 million a year.
If I'm a brain surgeon, I don't need the money, I need to get paid what a brain surgeon gets paid. So $6 million, I think, is I thought it was a pretty good steal for Colorado. I know it's a lot of money for them. I think it's a steal for what he's bringing to the program. That doesn't count bonus and incentives. He gets $100,000 for every win over 6. So if he gets a 7th win, that's $100,000. An 8th win, $100,000. A 9th win, $100,000. I know that's not Colorado's history, but that's Deion's history.
But I'll tell you this, man. I believe Lincoln Riley's getting upwards of $10 million a year, and Lincoln Riley's about to be in the Big Ten. Let's take UCLA and USC away. Is there a possibility Deion's the highest paid coach in the Pac-12? I mean, Kyle Whittingham's got to be up there.
Well, I mean,
Dan Lanning's up there.
But
I don't
know that he's
making
at $6 million. I would say he's probably only behind Lincoln Riley.
And Kalen DeBoer, if he hasn't gotten a raise yet, will get a huge raise at Washington. They pay good money.
Yeah.
There's 2 things I want to get to. One of them is they've got a June 30th. No, excuse me, a different window. After year 3, they've got a negotiating window that opens up. That includes, I think, both. If I read this right, both of them walking away without any penalties.
Ooh.
So after 3 years,
all right.
Yeah, there's a window to negotiate in good faith that opens up there. That seems to be, as our agents would tell us back in the day, it seems like it's a 3-year contract, not a 5-year contract.
Well, yeah.
If there's a window to get out at any point, then that means somebody can get out at that point.
Well, the lesson we first learned about contracts, our agents, the first lesson they told us about contracts is your contract is worth whatever they have to pay you not to show up.
That's right.
Everybody thinks your contract's worth what you have to pay me when I show up every day. Nope. It's what they have to pay you to stop showing up.
Yeah,
and it sounds like it's a 3-year deal.
And there's some interesting things over the next 3 years to see what happens in college football. Where this is going to go with LSU. What Luke Fickell's going to do at Wisconsin. But to me, the most interesting next 3 years is going to be, it's fascinating what's going to happen at Colorado with Deion.
And then the biggest thing, and I know you guys are going to think this is so trivial, not you guys here on the desk, but some of you out there. The biggest thing I think that will be the first altercation between Deion and the administration at Colorado is they are a Nike school.
And he's an Under Armour guy.
He and Shador both are Under Armour contract guys.
Yeah.
And they have told him in this contract, you guys have to wear Nike. You have to wear Nike. He's got to wear Nike on the sideline. Shador has to wear Nike on the field. And that contract doesn't run out until June 30th of 2025. And Colorado has it in the contract that they have to wear Nike. And to me, I can just already see it on a Saturday, Deion somehow having Nike on, but paying tribute to Under Armour somehow on it, right?
He's going to wear Zion Williamson's blown shoe.
Yeah.
Well, do you remember?
You know what I'm saying? He's going to somehow, Jim McMahon bandana it up somehow where he's going to somehow do Under Armour while wearing Nike.
Well, it's a little bit of a reverse situation, but if you remember Maryland, when Gary Williams was the basketball coach, for years was a Nike school. Kevin Plank, the Under Armour founder, was a Maryland grad, and he finally got that Maryland contract. And Gary Williams said, "No, I'm not changing from Nike.
Yeah,
if you see how college basketball recruiting works, I need to be a Nike school." And as I remember it, basketball was Nike and everything else was Under Armour until Gary Williams retired. I remember it that way. Now I may be remembering incorrectly.
Caleb's right. It may just be a huge gold Under Armour chain with diamonds on it that hangs out there, but he'll have Under Armour somewhere. You watch. That'll be the first.
That's a big battle. You're right.
That'll be the first conflict between management and Deion. Will be Under Armour Nike, because they've come in and said, "Hey, we're going Nike here. We're a Nike school. You got to wear Nike gear on the sideline, despite your Under Armour contract." Watch and see how that plays. That's a Petrino Fisher, and now Nike, Under Armour, Colorado, and Deion, two bubbling test tubes in our lab today here on the show. Keep an eye on that with Deion Sanders. By the way, the regents at Colorado, it came out, they voted to approve his contracts. Unanimous? Nope. 8-1. Somebody said, nope, do not want to do this. Nope.
And once you get west of the Rockies or out by the Rockies,
8-1.
Yeah, they don't understand.
they don't get it all.
Nobody goes unanimous on that.
That's
8-1.
Right.
When we come back, Tom Luginbill joins the show that's being brought to you in part today by our friends at Precision Sports, getting you back in the game. Some key injuries for the college football playoffs. We'll see if TCU's running back Miller is ready to go on Monday night. Some questions about that. Precision can answer all your questions about getting you back in the game.
Yeah, 2023 is a new year, and there are new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations, you injured your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard, or maybe finding a little pain in your knees getting up on the couch at halftime. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we're about to talk to Tom Luginbill about a little football. Basketball last night, Auburn gets upset by Georgia 76-64. They are shooting 29% from three-point land this season. Auburn worked some stuff out and get ready for Arkansas at home on Saturday. UAB with a big one on the road at Florida Atlantic. And I'm sure we'll talk to Lugs about this, but the big story is we were ending our show yesterday. Bobby Petrino back in the SEC. But Bobby Petrino is not going to be a head coach anymore. He's now an offensive coordinator for Jimbo Fisher. Is it what is it? Water and oil?
Oil and water do not mix.
Oil and water? Is it oil and water? Let's talk to Luginbill about that.
Some would say gas and flame. Tom Luginbill is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. With us courtesy of ATIX, AAATix.com. Big game at Auburn, big game at Alabama, Arkansas, and Kentucky coming to town at both places. You're home for tickets for those games. ATIX 822-7382. What is up, Lugs? How are you?
I'm doing good, guys. Happy New Year to y'all.
Yeah, you too. Always good to talk with you. I mean, let's start there because this does appear to be a potentially combustible mix. Two guys that have liked to do it their own way and don't mind butting heads over the years.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't think Jimbo had any choice. He had to make this move, and he had to do it with somebody that he can completely walk away from it and trust that it will be done right. Trust that it will be coached up. I mean, this is a tried and true, proven offensive system for decades. It's produced outstanding college quarterbacks. It's a great balance between run and pass. And so I think from Jimbo Fisher's perspective, he needed to get to a point where he can get back to leading the program, not the offense. Get back to being the head coach of the program, not the head coach of the offense. And while this on the surface may look like two combustible, combative type A personalities, which I think they are, but it might have needed to be that way, because I think he needs to be able to walk away from it and not wonder if he made the right choice or if it's going to get done right. He'll know it, because if you can say what you want about Bobby Petrino, but the guy can coach some football. And again, his offenses are tried and true.
You know, Luginbill, I said this, and it might not be fair, it might not be realistic, but if I'm an A&M fan, you know, coming off 5-7, I don't care. Next year is got to be our year. And I look at Sonny Dykes in year one at TCU. He's playing for a national championship. Lincoln Riley was a game away from being in a college football playoff. Brian Kelly had LSU where A&M's never been before. This is year 6. I am sick of the excuses. Is this roster good enough to flip around and win 11 or 12 games next year?
It should be, if they can stay healthy. I do think that they've got the talent on board. The question is the talent on board because of what Texas A&M can do for them, or what they can do for Texas A&M? As we talk recruiting, and we know name, image, and likeness is a big part of this deal. You know, how invested are these players in turning Texas A&M into a champion? They've had 2 10-win seasons since 1998. 2. One of them was in 98. One of them was in 2012. So until proven otherwise, I don't care what their recruiting classes look on paper. The proof in the pudding has to come through performance. And I heard a lot of people a year ago, I was one of them, that said, you know, stop looking at this recruiting class and thinking it's going to just come and light the world on fire. But it's the next 2 years after that. The issue with that is nobody saw a 5-7 season coming in between. And that's what was inexcusable, and that's what's led to the conversation we're having right now.
You know, I'm interested. Do you think the offensive game has passed Bobby Petrino by?
No, not Bobby Petrino. No, I don't. I think if anything, he proved that he could evolve and shift when he decided to target Lamar Jackson. I mean, that was a quarterback prospect that was unlike anything else he'd ever played with. He'd always played with stationary guys that were going to be pure pocket throwers. And then all of a sudden, he starts looking around. He's seeing the landscape change. He's seeing how difficult it is for his own defenses to stop these guys that've got these athletic dual threat quarterbacks. So he went out and got himself one. You got to give him a lot of credit for that. That's actually something Jimbo hasn't done. You know, they haven't gone and become this, you know, zone read, RPO heavy team with an athletic quarterback. So who knows? Maybe that's something that'll change in the future too.
Tom Luginbill is with us, courtesy of ATIX, AAATix.com, 822-7382. Go see Bama, Kentucky, Auburn, Arkansas, with tickets from ATIX. That's your ticket into those venues. AAATix.com, 822-7382. Lugs is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I want to move to one more coaching move in the Southeastern Conference. And I ask you this for this reason. Tennessee has promoted their quarterbacks coach, Joey, I think it's Halzel. I'm not familiar with him, but he's been with Josh Heupel.
Hazel.
Okay, Hazel, so the L silent. Hazel. He's been with Heupel for 15 years. But this is, if they continue this level of success, Tennessee fans will be thrilled. But it's also going to mean people are going to start rating that staff for the offensive coordinator. How I guess tricky is it for Heupel to always, even though he's going to be calling the plays and it's his offense, but always have the guy in that position that you trust?
Well, yeah, you start running out of them, right? So now if you're going to replace another staff member, you're going to try and go out and bring somebody else off of your tree that maybe was at Baylor or maybe was at Ole Miss or, you know, something of the like, where the offensive system has the same foundation. Now you're going to want to bring that guy in, whether he's an analyst, whether he's a position coach, to maybe be the next in line if you continue this run of sound, explosive offensive play. And so I like the move, though, because I think it maintains continuity. There's familiarity, not just in coaching on the field, but in recruiting and within the office. I think that's really, really important from a personality perspective. Things remain the same. And, he's earned the opportunity to move into that role. And as you referenced, Josh Heupel is going to continue to call the plays. But now you're right. If you get good on offense, everybody wants to get a taste of it. Everybody wants to see, hey, what are these guys doing? We should go over and hire that guy. So then who's going to be your next guy? And be interesting to see who else he adds to that staff.
So you were there, Sugar Bowl, and I think you made the comment that it looks like Alabama has maybe found this young core of wide receivers.
Yeah.
Going into next year, look, and Burton had maybe his best game, and you saw what Ja'Cory Brooks can do, and Prentice and Isaiah Bond had a touchdown grab. But is there a guy, if you're trying to find one of those guys that can be a Devontae Smith, a Jerry Jeudy, a Henry Ruggs, a Jamison Williams, is there one of those guys that you would say that could separate themselves from the others?
Potentially Kendrick Law. I think Kendrick Law is the potential Jalen Waddle of the group. Now, between Bond, Law, and Kobe Prentice, what you don't have that we've traditionally seen over the last 16 years is a lot of size. All those guys are kind of 5'10-ish, 5'10 and a half, a little bit in a different mold. But all three of those guys are really explosive. They can really run. You're right about Ja'Cory Brooks. He's going to be fine. Aaron Anderson leaving was a big deal because that guy had a chance to be a really, really good player. But I'll say this, guys, watching them in practice in the Sugar Bowl, watch out for their junior college transfer. He was our number one ranked junior college transfer at wideout. He is giving their defense fits. Now, he couldn't play in the game, but he practiced all throughout the bowl prep. I think he's going to be a guy, and he does have size, that's going to come along and add an entirely different dimension that they were lacking this year with this football team.
Boy, that's interesting. That's like the old flip phone and hard landline phones. You're going JUCO.
JUCO transfer.
JUCO transfer.
Yeah.
That's so 1990s, man. I like that, Luginbill.
I know. Hey, here I am, 1993, JUCO transfer.
hey, who's going to be the quarterback before Dunaway?
Well, that's what I was going to talk about,
sorry.
the young quarterbacks that are coming. Go ahead and finish the question.
No, I'm
who's the next guy up?
I think it is fascinating when you go from Bryce Young. Obviously, there's going to be a drop-off. Bryce Young, arguably the most talented quarterback in the program's history. But who do you feel like that guy is going to be? And is it going to be one guy for 12 regular season games?
Personally, I think it's going to be Ty Simpson. Now, folks aren't going to want to hear this, and the young man's not going to want to hear this, but Jalen Milroe is pound for pound maybe one of the best overall athletes on that entire roster. I'm just not so sure he could actually play quarterback with what they want to do in the passing game. But he could play tailback. He could play safety. He could probably play wide out. He could be a jack of all trades type of player. I think the competition will be stiff, but ultimately I think Ty Simpson will be the guy that they end up going to. Now, they're bringing Dylan Lonergan and Eli Holstein both in, our 4th and 5th ranked quarterback in last year's class. So the depth is going to be certainly upgraded, but it's going to be very interesting to see as they start to get through spring football and start to really chart every throw, chart every progression, every read, every pre-snap assessment, how that competition ends up unfolding, because at the end of the day, Ty Simpson is just a more natural passer than Jalen Milroe is.
Yeah, I got two quick questions. One is on that, because I think this washes over a lot of people around the country that Milroe, but Ty Simpson really highly rated in your rating services. Two more top 5 quarterbacks coming in this class, so you have 4 guys highly rated quarterbacks. I would imagine that's got to be your philosophy now, that you've got to be thick-skinned enough that you're going to recruit all the quarterback talent, knowing that there's a good chance that 1, 2, maybe even 3 of those guys end up transferring out. That's the world we live in, right?
Absolutely. It's almost becoming impossible to keep 2 scholarship quarterbacks on the roster at the same time. And so what you love to see, if you're Nick Saban or you're Bill O'Brien or whoever it is, you love to see 2 quarterbacks willing to battle, willing to compete. Most of these quarterbacks are looking for the easy road. They're looking for the leanest depth chart. Where can I come in and play right away? These 2 guys are looking at it as, where can I come in and learn and grow and develop? Redshirt, which I think is really important. Redshirt, compete and battle. And yeah, inevitably one's going to go, but that player is going to be better off. And then the one that sticks around is obviously going to be the guy that eventually will likely be your guy. But boy, is it is hard to keep your quarterback room from being depleted in today's world.
I'll make a September 2nd prediction here for you right now. There will not be a true number one named for the first game against Middle Tennessee. He'll let that battle go in there all the way between two quarterbacks, all the way through the camp.
I think that's fair.
Yeah,
I think that's fair. And you know what? And I'm not saying you get as decisive as Jim Harbaugh did, but you say, okay, let's get the live bullets flying by. Let's see who performs, right? Let's see who goes out there, manages the offense, moves the football team, gets first downs, gets the ball into the end zone when it's not managed by us. You're not in a red jersey, all those sorts of things.
Okay. Now, my other question was about the Under Armour All-Star game you were at. Make some fan base happy. Who was the one guy that just wowed you and you got there and you'd seen him on tape and you'd seen him maybe briefly in person in a broadcast or something, but you get there and you watch the practice, you hear about the practices, you watch the game and you go, oh my goodness, such and such has got to steal?
Peter Woods at Clemson, which Alabama fans aren't going to like to hear that because he's an in-state kid, nor will Auburn fans. And I would say Zachariah Branch out of Bishop Gorman that's going to USC. He's special. He's got a chance to be an absolute difference maker, a lot like a Dory Jackson was coming out of high school. I think when we always take that week, and the game is one thing. The game's fluff. It is what it is. But it's the week leading to the game that's where you gather the most information. That's where you see how kids respond, how they reply, how do they interact with each other, how do they respond to getting their tail kicked. Like, it's for many of them, it's the first time they've ever had to line up, and to the left or right or in front of them, there's somebody that might be better than they are. And what do they do when it doesn't go their way? And at the end of the week, guys, invariably, for the most part, not 100%, of course, but I could line up all of these guys each and every year. I'll go, that guy will make it. That guy won't make it. That guy should make it. He might make it. That guy won't make it. That guy's definitely going to make it. And it has nothing to do with talent. It's always something else. Something as simple as this guy cannot show up on time to meetings. This guy, for whatever reason, has not been to the bus on time one time. This guy has not responded well to coaching. I mean, there's so many variables that go into this that has nothing to do with athletic traits that will determine ultimately whether these kids are successful or not.
Dunaway is one of the more prominent Thompson graduates. Do you think it's his fault Peter Woods did not go to Alabama?
Unfortunately, I bet you Peter Woods does not know who Jim is.
Yeah, no, that is true. That is true. And I went to 2 of his games this year and 1 last year. Every time I'm there, though, he is a non-factor in the game.
Wow, Dunaway.
He gets blocked up really well.
Look at Dunaway.
Non-factor.
That's because he's going to Clemson. If he was going to Alabama.
I'm not saying I shied the coaching staff away from him. I just never saw him make a big play.
Luginbill, national championship Monday night. I think it's going to be a bloodbath. But can TCU win this game by scoring less than 35 points?
I don't think so. This is one of those games where they're just so outmanned. They're going to have to do everything right. They're going to need help. I don't know how. My only concern is that TCU, they're tied for the 5th most plays of 50 yards or more of anybody in college football since 2004. They've been ripping off explosive plays at a huge clip. And guess what? Georgia's given up some explosive plays. And they've been a bit leaky. So if they can have an answer for a long drive that Georgia may be able to sustain and stay in it and kind of linger, then maybe it could be something that's intriguing in the second half. But this is the world TCU's lived in all year long, guys. I mean, they win 1-possession games. They play from behind. They play in overtime, and they've won on the road. I mean, they've done all the things that coaches tell you have to do to win a championship. The problem is they're just so outmanned top to bottom across the board that I think they're going to need Georgia to help them a lot.
All right, Luginbill is about to reintroduce himself to his family over the next few days, and then he's going to be back with us next Thursday, a week from today.
He's already started. He's got 2 buttons there that he's not using. A couple of them right there. He's reintroducing that upper chest hair to the family.
I'm waiting for my wife to come home. Let's go.
Kids are back in school.
He's about to get attacked.
Kids are back in
Well,
school.
one of my kids back to school. The other ones, you guys know, my daughter just had surgery on the 3rd, so they're coming home from the hospital tomorrow. I can't wait to see them.
Yeah, it's like a NASCAR pit crew. You already got one of those lug nuts loosened up there, man. That button's already loosened up.
Dude. Hey, I don't want anybody to have to do any extra work. Seamless transition.
I was going to say 1 week from today, Luginbill will be back with us, and we'll go heavy into the movie streaming show recommendations. Is that good by you, Luke's?
Let's do it.
All right. 1 week from today.
Culture.
1 week from today. Thank you, Luke's. Always good talking with you.
All right. Take care, guys. Happy New Year.
All right, buddy. You too. Tom Luginbill with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He joins us courtesy of ATIX. Listen, with Alabama coming to Kentucky, with Arkansas coming to Auburn, those are some tough tickets this weekend. ATIX gets you in those venues, and you can trust them to do it. 822-7382, 822-7382. Call Dan and Steve and the gang there at ATIX and tell them, hey, listen, the next round said you can get me in Coleman, you can get me in Neville Arena. Let's see what we got, man. 822-7382, AAATix.com.
And also our friends at Odie's last night. Do you remember your question? You put Brown on the spot the other day.
Yeah, who died first, Michael Jackson or Patrick Swayze?
Well, I'd say Michael Jackson.
Oh, I'd say Michael Jackson, too.
Yeah.
So both died in 2009. Michael Jackson, June of 2009. I think June 25th, and Patrick Swayze, September 14th.
How about that? We got it right, Dunaway. Good job.
I wouldn't even have said the same year, though. 2009?
Yeah.
Seems longer now. That's one of those things going back to 2009 that actually seems longer than 2009.
I'll never forget where Dunaway and I were when Michael Jackson died. Rockstar loves us.
We were at Cafe Lazio. I don't know if you were there, Rocky.
I think I was playing.
I think you were. Yeah, it was me and Ian.
Oh, God. We were doing a show at a automotive. It wasn't Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Yeah. Outside in June. Now, keep in mind, June, outside on the asphalt, we were at least under a covering, but probably hot as 10 hells. And then all that going on in the background.
Hey, another one. What came first, Skittles or
Hot Pockets?
Hot Pockets.
You know, I'd go Hot Pockets. I think I'd go Hot Pockets.
I think I would go Hot Pockets, too, because I feel like that was another one of those things that we did for the space guys and women.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Jim on this one.
It was part of the microwave boom. I remember that, and I thought the microwave boom was like 80, 81. So I went Hot Pockets 81, Skittles 82. Hot Pockets were like 83, but Skittles were
74.
74.
No way.
Crap.
That's
Starburst were like 68, 69.
I had Starburst when I was in high school. I remember that, maybe middle school, but I don't. There were no Skittles.
I said two of my most.
There were no Skittles.
My most worst mouth injuries were to Skittles and Hot Pockets. Skittles, I broke a crown.
You're too hungry to wait on that Hot Pocket to cool off.
Oh, I know, yeah. And it's cooked with like hot lava on
Yeah, and they put that damn silver, whatever.
Yeah, the patented sheet shelf.
The crazy
By the way,
thing is,
doesn't do anything.
yeah, but the crazy thing is when you pop it out of there, you can't even hold it.
Yeah.
Why do you bite it?
I don't know.
You go, oh my God.
You blow on it a little bit, like you can't even blow on the inside, but then you take that bite and your entire inside of the mouth is melted for 2 weeks.
I want to get to the bathroom ASAP. I got to eat this bad
Anyway,
boy.
that was a 2-minute precursor for the Odie's spot that we were going to tell you about. Great crowd last night. Just a fun place to hang out, get great food. My Uber driver last night was asking me what kind of food they had. When I told
food.
I told him about the wings. He said, "I'm there. I'm definitely there." He asked about the cocktails.
Take me home first.
Well, yeah, I got him to drop me off first. I told him about the heavy pours and those big styrofoam cups. But it's just a Birmingham institution. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Yeah, we make this a poll question. Who damages your mouth more, Cap'n Crunch?
Oh, so bad.
The Hot Pocket, a Milk Dud.
Corn nuts?
Corn nuts, football stadium hot chocolate. I don't know if you've ever gotten hot chocolate at football stadium.
Jesus.
Oh, it's either too hot or too cold.
No, but you can feel the heat coming off of it, and you still take that sip. Like the sip's going to change anything. It's still molten lava.
Rockstar's right. Pizza rolls. I mean, pizza roll is just basically a miniature Hot Pocket.
Okay, so go Hot Pocket, Pizza Roll, Cap'n Crunch, and throw a Milk Dud in there. Those are our 4 choices for our Cowan Equipment poll question. I do think that that's why I like getting pizza to go more than I do sitting in the restaurant.
That's right. It cools down.
Because it cools down a little bit on the drive home. It's still warm. It's not cold.
But I can go right in as soon as I'm home.
But you want to go eat with me at a pizza place, Maggie cannot stand it because it's either pizza's not really hot, or it's too hot.
You know
wait
what?
for the damn pizza to cool off.
You cannot be
Slice, for
pleased.
whatever reason, and I think because it's so thin and they put just the right amount of cheese on there, you can almost go straight into slice. My mouth is watering, by the way.
No. About eating, slices where I go for my pizza. It comes out too hot. You have to wait it cool a little bit. It cools faster.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, you got to let it cool a little bit.
Hey, since you ate, and Brown wasn't here when you ate the Swanson TV dinner, I think we've got Hot Pockets in the commissary.
No.
Oh, yeah. I've seen them.
I just don't like Hot Pockets.
They got a little frost on them. I think they've been there.
And I don't know if you paid attention to my Way to Wellness spot earlier.
Oh, yeah.
The man who ate a Salisbury steak from Hungry Man is like, nah.
The guy that had light pasta and cheesecake the other day with some IPAs.
That was all before I started 2 days ago.
For lunch. That wasn't even dinner.
Thanks to my friends at Way to Wellness, I am down 2.2 pounds this week.
2.2?
That's right. 201.8 this morning.
So are we doing that or Cowan Equipment here?
You're going to do, ironically, our friends at Slice.
Okay.
That was the third option.
Hey, we can do that.
I set you up with our Slice pizza.
No, hey, look, Slice, just a great place to go out to dinner and enjoy some of those specialty pizzas. What's the new one, the Hot Mama?
Hot Mama, man.
I got to try the Hot Mama. It's got honey drizzled on it. I mean, that's the thing. It's
got hot honey drizzled on it. That's where the spice comes from.
That's the thing about Slices. They're so creative in their pies. The soul pie, you'll never find that anywhere else. It's local pizza, local ingredients, created by the Bajaya brothers. Late Jeff Bajaya, love him to death. Jason, Chris, stop into one of those great locations. The original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo, and one coming very soon to Crestline Village. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Yeah, see, now follow. No, go ahead. It's all my fault. Hit it, man.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store. Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round, getting ready for the college football playoffs. We'll talk a little college football playoffs here in just a second. First, Brown's going to tell us about Wayne's, and then we'll start counting down to that big game coming up Monday night out in Los Angeles. And after you tell us about Wayne's, update us on any other Twitter wars you've been in on getting college football fans back into the playoffs.
I've moved on to rule changes today.
Okay.
You want to do rule changes?
Sure.
Okay.
Whatever you want to do after Wayne's.
8-6. Oh, I would like to do a soliloquy on Severance after Wayne's.
No, anything, as long as I'm not setting up the wheel to spin and we go in a different direction. You do whatever you want.
God, at least you're not so obvious about it.
Well, it's hard to do a spot when you're eager to tell me about something. So tell me about Wayne's.
It's amazing he had as long a TV career as he had. Is the little stuff that bothers him.
I think his ears are still
it was
working.
2.5 minutes of reading a prompter. That's easy.
Yeah, I once told him.
You know who wasn't watching me? The news anchors.
You know, one time, they checked right out, didn't they?
Usually, this is what I saw from the back of their heads.
I asked Dunaway one time when he was doing the Saban show, I said, if Nick Saban knew how much you were affected by external factors, do you think you could still do his TV show? And to Dunaway's credit, he goes, oh, absolutely not.
Oh, no. I mean, I think he has said something to me before.
Yeah.
Boy, little things bother you, don't they?
Yeah.
Yes,
866 Wayne's 1. 866 Wayne's. And the number 1, if you want your yard to look the best it can in spring and summer, now is the time to strike with Envirolawn. And we're going to pay for the first month. That's how strongly we feel about it. Code TNR at 866 Wayne's 1. You get 12 months of Envirolawn for the price of 11 when you use code TNR for the next round. 866 Wayne's 1, code TNR. 866 Wayne's 1, code TNR. No, all joking aside. Somebody just brought up the whole fumble through the back of the end zone thing because they know it's the rule I hate the most in sports. And, you know, I've been going back and forth with people because everybody always says, well, you still fumble through the end zone. Well, it still makes it a dumb rule. But also the onside kick. I was thinking about this over the weekend because the Dolphins had an onside kick against the Patriots. You can't get them anymore.
Yeah.
We need to do away with the onside kick because they've changed it now for safety purposes. We need to go to the action play like the XFL used. You get an offensive play from the 25. We determine how many yards you got to pick up. I don't care what it is, 10, 12, 15, whatever you want to do. And then if you pick it up, you get the ball 1st and 10 from that spot. Now, I'm fine doing that maybe in the last 2 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever you want to do.
Can't do it anywhere in the game.
Yeah, let's don't do it the whole game. I'm okay with that. But in the last 2 minutes, we just use an action play.
Yeah, I don't want to remove the onside kick. How about the option of action play or onside?
No, I'm fine with that. You can do either.
Or introduce the old make it, take it.
I score, I keep the ball.
They did that in the old blue-gray game, and I used to hate it.
I remember that. Yeah, you're right. It was like in the last 5 minutes or something. If you scored, you got the ball again.
Yeah, what if you did it from the kick? You think 2019 LSU and 2020 Alabama would have been good?
Untouchable. Anyway, that's what we've been discussing on Twitter today, Dunaway. But I will say that whole no tailgating thing that you kind of watched over it. It caught a lot of steam. People are pissed about that.
No, I saw you working on it, so I wanted to give you a chance to talk about it yesterday.
People are pissed on it. No, people are upset about it, and I appreciate you bringing it up. I know you didn't think it was a big deal, but a lot of fans are upset about this, that they're not going to get to tailgate at a college game. That's as much college football as the actual game is the tailgating.
100%. And there are a lot of people upset about it. I just saw you working on it. I wanted to bring it up. I've got Rockstar working on an open called Brown's World. Browns World, whatever you're working on today.
Excellent.
Party time. Excellent.
Dated reference.
Do I? I mean, I'm maybe not as self-aware as I think. Do I check out of this show and just like start doing my own show over here?
Well, today you left, came in here, plugged up your computer, and started doing an online chat with people about rules.
Was there something else I needed to be doing? It was before the show.
No, LT and I are laying out the show, planning the show out. So
he's drawing the blueprints. The way he does, he's so meticulous. He delivered the weather this morning.
You know what I did?
Browns World.
I did an update on the biggest story in all of sports and ruined his wheel spin, and he has not gotten over that. It's the weirdest thing.
No. It's we have different jobs. We have different jobs.
Yeah, I do mine right. You do yours.
No, it's called Brown has the easy job. Dunaway has the hard job.
No. Everybody's job is hard.
Right.
Everybody's job's hard.
Harder.
I mean, we're 10 people holding this. 10 people in Tyler holding this thing together with both arms.
I got here a little earlier than normal today.
You did.
I was later than normal yesterday because I watched the last episode of Severance before I left the house. What? Right.
It's an odd viewing time for Severance.
Well, I needed to get
Maybe
it
you'd
done.
like it better if you watched it in the evening
No,
instead
no,
of
no,
early
I
in the
normally
morning.
do.
It's more of a late night thing.
And normally you would be so addicted to a show like
I'm not addicted to Severance.
I know. So
My God,
why in the hell were you watching?
Well, I
before you
wanted to
came
see
work?
how it finished, and I'd gotten up to the last episode, and I was like, well, it's a while before I leave to work. I can spend an hour watching this, so I did.
How did you stay with it if you hated it that much?
Well, I did. It was hard. I dozed off in a lot of them, so there's probably some big stuff I've missed. But Lunsford swore to me, if you'll at least watch the last episode, you'll enjoy it.
Absolutely.
And I did enjoy the last episode.
Let's do our Dr. Pepper countdown to the national championship game, brought to you by our friends at Dr. Pepper. Rockstar, if you'll give us cut number 3 as well, Sonny Dykes getting ready for this game. I don't know about you guys, Georgia and Michigan. Are there any similarities there? Yeah. Sonny Dykes answers that question, and then I want to hear you guys talk about what Sonny's talking about. WFAA brings us this. Sonny Dykes getting ready for the trip to L.A.
As you go prepare for Georgia, I mean, they're the same thing as Michigan, just a little bit more athletic in terms of really big guys up front. Ends are a little different, better pass rushers. Michigan was more big, long, kind of bigger defensive ends, a little more run stopper type guys, where these are a little bit more typical SEC defensive ends, really, really good pass rushers, really physical guys, great speed, great athleticism. And then obviously up front, the tackles, that group of tackles is really impressive. I mean, those guys are tremendous athletes and, not only big and strong, but can redirect and can run. And they do these athletic things that you just don't see other guys do. And that's kind of true of the whole team. I mean, it's just it's a very athletic football team, what you would expect from a defending national championship team and a team that's been, number one for most of the year.
Yeah, so that's what I've always said, and I think Brown agrees with me, and I believe you do too, that what separates the SEC from other conferences is the athleticism and the speed of the defensive linemen. To me, that is where the SEC is usually greater than the rest of college football, and that's Sonny talking about what he gets on the edge from these Georgia guys.
And the interesting thing is Michigan had that last year. They had those edge guys.
Both went to the NFL?
Yeah.
Both in the first round?
No, I think Ajabo went in the second round, I think. But obviously Hutchinson was number 1 overall. I think there are a lot of similarities. I think both are really physical up front. Both are great against the run. I say that. TCU went 253 on the ground against Michigan. That will not happen against Georgia.
But it looked like TCU beat Michigan at their own game.
No, they absolutely did.
Yeah.
They were more committed to the run than Michigan was. And I agree with Sonny Dykes. Georgia is a much better version of those two teams, obviously. On the flip side of that, though, do you guys find it odd how Jalen Carter disappears in big games at times? I mean, this is a guy that a lot of people have talked about being a potential number 1 overall pick.
Well, you go back to the SEC championship game that they lost to
Yep.
Alabama. Not only was he a non-factor, people questioned what kind of shape he was
His
in.
effort, yeah.
Yeah, and
he looked gassed against
he looked gassed again
in the semifinal game Saturday night.
That's why I brought it back up.
Yeah.
He spent a lot of time, tapping helmet or checking out of the game and on the sidelines.
Yeah. Now he was a much bigger factor in the second go around against Alabama, and he'll need, look. I mean, I'm with Lance. I think Georgia wins this game going away. But, I mean, part of that factor would be him being a bigger part of this game. It's just weird how he disappears like that.
But he's a guy who'll be a top 5 pick in the NFL.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there are some people that say he could possibly go number 1 overall. I think after watching against Ohio State in that moment when your defense is really needed, he had 1 total tackle in the entire game.
Yeah, and look, I get that double teams don't show up in the stat line and things like that. I understand all of that. But his name, you got to hear his name more in big games than you do in that SEC championship game against Alabama and that last game against Ohio State.
Ball fan 205 says he didn't disappear during the Tennessee game.
Yeah. That's the thing.
He was great. He had a sack in that game, a couple of tackles for loss. But when you look at the entirety of the season, in 14 games, 4 games he's been held to 1 tackle or less.
But to me, he's at a position where he's not a stat position. If he's eating up, if he's eating up
that's fine.
2-3 blockers, then somebody else is making the tackle. That's his job.
Yeah, I get that.
But that wasn't the case against Ohio State because Ohio State was moving the ball, not at will, but they had a ton of success moving the football against Georgia.
That's right. Do you feel better that TCU has a chance in this game now after they beat Michigan than maybe you would have? Do you feel better about TCU winning this game than you did about them beating Michigan?
I think what you were about to say, like if Georgia were playing TCU in the semis or if Georgia were playing TCU after they beat Michigan.
Yeah, either way you want to do it, but yes.
Yeah. I feel like it's going to be a blowout either way.
I still feel like it's going to be a blowout, but dadgummit, I've said that 10 weeks in a row with this team.
I thought Georgia's opportunity to lose was against Ohio State because I thought Ohio State would come out with the chip.
Like if USC had gotten in. If USC had won their game and gotten in, I think Georgia would have probably played TCU in the semis, and it would have been Michigan-USC. I think that's the way it would have probably fallen out. Georgia, I feel like, would have blown TCU out in the semifinals. So, I mean, them beating Michigan doesn't really change that for me.
Really been doubted so many times. That's our Dr. Pepper countdown to kickoff coming up Monday night, 6:30 out at SoFi Stadium. Should be a lot of fun for those of us watching on television, but as Brown reported yesterday, not a lot of fun if you're not tailgating. What constitutes tailgating? Like, can I?
I got to be able to put up a tent and fire up a grill and eat what the crap I want.
I'll give you an example. In 2012, when we were in Miami outside of Hard Rock, I thought the tailgate scene was really good with Notre Dame and Alabama.
That's right. Yep.
You know, and then I go back last year to Indy. Now, Indy was a little different.
There was nowhere to park there.
It was so
cold as hell.
Yeah. I mean, you couldn't have paid me. I mean, you could have put trash cans with, burning fires in them everywhere.
Like you're homeless?
Yeah. I mean, but it was way too cold.
Yeah. No, I mean, I would at least like the liberty to set up a tent and sit under that tent and have some food. That's tailgating to me.
Yeah.
And they're not allowing that at SoFi.
But if I just sit on the hood or pop my trunk and sit back on the back bumper, I can eat and sit there.
You can't stop somebody from doing that. We don't live in communist China. My God.
They're just trying to roll. They're trying to limit us taking up other parking spots is what they're trying to do.
Yeah, well, you should plan for that.
Yeah. What's open container, though, in the parking lot?
I really don't know about that.
What if I pay for 3 spots?
Huh?
Can I pitch a tent in?
I would hope. I would hope they let me.
Pitch a tent with you.
Yes. Well, I bet you know good and well they're not doing this because they're tying up parking to put up a stage for some concert 2 hours before kick. That, people will walk over there and watch, but do we really need that?
Kelsey Ballerini, actually.
No, I like
doing
Kelsey
the show.
It was Keith
Urban. In fact, did you see her story today? No, I'm kidding. It was I haven't seen her today.
Is she at the beach yet?
I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Speaking of tailgating, I bet we've all got one thing in common because I appreciate the guy that sets up the tailgate. I don't understand it because it's so much work. Pulling out the direct TV dish, putting the tables out, bringing all the food out, the ice, the
I've
drinks.
got one buddy who has to literally pull a cart down at Auburn when I'm at his Auburn tailgate. He pulls a cart of stuff.
But I am guilty at just the basically drive-by of everybody's tailgate.
Oh, there's no doubt. That's all I do.
Get a drink, a little bit of food, and I have never set one up. I've never helped set one up in
Jim,
my life.
It's not really about the logistics to me. It's about the attitude of, this is something we can just cut out. This is the fabric of college football. It's one of the things, not that they don't tailgate in the NFL, but the NFL games by and large kick at noon or 1 o'clock local time. Tailgate is an all-day affair. Families, it's part of college football. And to just say
Falcons fans on NFL Sundays tailgate their ass off.
Absolutely they do.
Yeah.
And that's not what I'm saying.
Bill fans jump on tables.
They do, guys. I literally said at the start of this, I know y'all
Rams fans beat each other in the parking lot.
Until they're bloody fault. I know y'all don't listen to the show I do over here in this part of the
fans
studio.
Don't even go.
Yeah, I know you don't listen to this part of the show, but I'm not saying NFL fans don't tailgate, but you'll admit it's more of a fabric of college football than it is the NFL. The tailgating.
It is, and I even go back to the snob that is the Rose Bowl. And I'll never forget 2009 was some of the best tailgating on the golf course.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, at the Rose Bowl. But my point is to just say, we'll just cut that out. That's just it's cutting out part of the fabric of college football to do that.
Browns World today brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling. Browns World.
I'm cool with that segment if you want to start it.
Yeah, we don't have the music, but we can't.
Well, we got to have it open.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to have it open.
Well, it's your world, so what do you want to do? Why don't you do it? Brown Bandit?
It is in Brown's World, if he was going to have a cocktail, it would be our friends at Redmond Vodka.
Locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. And don't forget, available in 20 states now. Ask for by name, it's Redmont Vodka.
Okay, when we come back, Rockstar has our 4 downs today. We will get into that in our next segment. And then later on, Jon Sunvold joins the show at 12 noon. When Brown books him, that means he was usually on a basketball game last night. Was he on the Georgia call?
Yeah, he had Auburn, Georgia last night. So we'll see what happened with Auburn.
So Jon Sunvold back with us at 12 noon to talk about Auburn basketball. All that coming and a lot more right here on The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit kingrealestateschool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 16th kickoff. That's kingrealestateschool.com. King Real Estate School license number 154952.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Back with you on the Next Round. Bobby says, I disagree on the Rose Bowl. I want the Rose Bowl to be part of the playoffs. Their customer service team and everything about the Rose Bowl and the tailgating at the AU-FSU game was amazing. I agree with you, Bobby. I'm okay with it being the semifinal game every year. And I'm to the point, I'm on the Klatt side. And the others who have said, if we just made the Rose Bowl like college football Super Bowl, they move the Super Bowl around, I'd be okay playing the national championship game in Pasadena every year. And I know that's an unpopular opinion.
Oh, no, terrible opinion.
Yeah, but you complain about the NFL stadiums.
Yeah, but the Rose Bowl is a dump, and it's no.
Could we tailgate?
You can. That's one plus. Is you tailgate on a golf course? In fact,
best stadiums in America. SoFi Stadium, where you're griping about the tailgating and the parking.
Yep. It doesn't need to be there.
Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
Yeah, you can use it there.
Yeah, I don't like that stadium for a big event. I don't
it's a
like.
really good
Well,
stadium.
but their tailgating sucks though.
There's plenty of room to tailgate.
Well, I mean, it's
got those
just
lots.
it's small lots across.
Yeah, but they tailgate.
Yeah, the one in Glendale
I hate
is
that
just
place.
a horrible surface. It ruined the Oregon-Auburn
Yeah,
game.
terrible stadium. Don't like that one.
And it's been slipping ever since.
Yep,
every game, even
don't
in
use
the
that
one this past week, slipping. The players are slipping. They're going to have to go with a 7-prong cleat. Blah blah blah. I mean, why should we be playing on a surface where slipping is a story every time there's a big
agree with
game?
you. I agree.
I know you hate New Orleans, but Superdome's
No,
a good place.
Superdome's a good place. It's good event town. Keep the Superdome. Yep.
Yeah, horrible sightlines. You have to admit though for the fans.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's an archaic stadium.
Yeah, it is, but it's a good event town. People like going there. Miami, keep it at the Hard Rock.
I wish it wasn't so far away from Miami.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. Once in Pasadena.
Yeah, every year would be fine with that. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie, getting you the game. 12.5 is where that number is right now for the national championship game. You can make the plays at MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag. When you go there, use code NEXTROUND. That is next round, and on a deposit of $50 or more, that's a small deposit, y'all. $50 or more, you're going to get a cash bonus, and it's instantly in your account. You can use it right away, and there's no strings attached to cashing it out. Just bet one time. That's it, man. One time, and you can cash right out there at mybookie.ag. NFL playoffs, college football national championship game, college basketball, NBA, UFC, and weekly online blackjack tournaments. All of that right there at mybookie.ag. So many brands to choose from. You need a platform that makes it simple to bet and win. MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag. Don't forget code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
We got really deep yesterday in a conversation on our Mystery Fifth Hour. You can go watch that on all of our platforms or listen to it there at nextroundlive.com. And you can go take a ride down memory lane on our Mystery Fifth Hour right now on all our platforms. Let's do our 4 downs today. Rockstar gives them to us, and we got some interesting questions there that Rockstar threw at us last night. Something to think about here, and it's brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, 5 great locations, including the newest location in Pell City. Again, anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, they can handle, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Stop in, see the guys. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
What is something you cannot believe that people like?
Severance. The first 8 episodes
What's
of Severance.
crazy is a guy who hates it.
I
Man,
know.
He is pushed through.
That is the
pushed
weirdest
through.
thing. It took me a while, but I did it.
Caviar, man. Have you ever tried it?
I've never tried it.
No, I won't look. No.
I've taken a bite twice, different times in my life, and damn, it's not good.
I would say oysters, too. I don't know how you do it.
Caviar can be good. I haven't eaten it a lot. I've had it a couple of times.
I've tried 2 bites and have not. Both of them ended up back in my napkin.
You like oysters, right?
Yeah, I do like oysters.
I like oysters, yeah.
Yeah, but I cover them in the hot. What's it? The spicy
Tabasco sauce?
Yeah,
horseradish.
Horseradish
Yeah.
and
cocktail
the cocktail sauce.
But I have found that I like oysters prepared different ways more than I do raw. Like
So
I
you
like
rather have them baked?
the char grilled.
Char grilled
grill's the way to go.
with the cheese and
Yeah, you
stuff.
just put stuff in them and just lay the shells right there on the open grill.
Yeah, I do like that better.
I still can't believe people like Beth Dutton. And from what I hear, I can't.
Not a real person.
I can't. No, but I mean, people swear by her, and she's one of the worst characters in the history of TV.
It's the reason we tapped out. Jennifer and I watched the first Yellowstone, and I came back and asked you guys. I said, "Don't ruin anything for me." But is this Beth Dutton character a major character? And you're like, "Oh, she only gets bigger."
So
and I
does
said,
that-
"Well, I'm out. I can't watch it."
The fact that you hate her so much, does that make her portrayal of her that much better? That she's doing it so well that I have people absolutely hate me because of this
I don't
role.
think it's believable.
Yeah, it's really not. From what I saw,
the old school cowboy that she's with, Rip. Excuse me, he wouldn't put up with her shit.
The thing that bothered me
He
was
would tell her, "Hey, look, make my dinner, iron my shirt, and keep your mouth shut."
I just didn't like the way she talked. She is always talking like this.
And it's just nonstop over the top. It's like,
You know, that bothered me too.
he's nominated for Best Actor.
Of course, he is.
Golden Globe.
Best show in the world.
No, he does a good job with that.
Kevin Costner's not a good actor.
What are some things that will die out when the baby boomer come on, Sean.
Is that our parents, baby boomers?
Yes, born in the 40s and 50s. The baby boomer generation is no longer around. Mine is radio.
Oh.
I do.
No, I do. I think you're probably right.
There's so many other options.
Go the route of newspapers.
Yeah.
I think great stories. Even the generation before the baby boomers had really great stories, but I think there's less communication the younger we get because everybody's texting, everybody's on their devices. They're not really telling stories. So I think, storytelling is going to be dead.
Network shows. Network television shows.
Everything goes streaming, you think?
Yeah. I mean, we're to that point literally all now. I think, what is it, Abbott Elementary or whatever is rave reviews right now. Mm-hmm. It's, I think, an ABC show.
Correct.
I have not watched one episode, but I'll watch it probably at some point on a streaming service.
The only network show you really watch on TV is This Is Us, right? Now, you may stream it on Peacock, but
This Is Us. I caught up. I catch up on
Peacock?
On Peacock,
yeah.
if that's where it is. I never remember where it is. Mackie asked the other day, do we need all these streaming services? I said, hell yeah, we do. That's the only place I watch stuff. And she goes, well, what do you watch on Peacock?
I don't know.
I said, I don't know, but I will watch. As soon as you cancel it, there'll be something I want to watch.
Something will be on
That's
there.
how I'll figure it out, is when you cancel it. I can't watch it.
Exactly right.
I'm excited about getting rid of DirecTV because the money that I'll save, but then I start to look at Apple Plus is $17 a month. Netflix is $19 a month. I mean, all of it's going to add up. It's still going to be $200 a month.
Yeah, but I did notice, I should pay closer attention, but I had a bill and I had to ask Lunsford, why do I have Google Play? And he's like, I have no idea. And I said, well, I just paid $19.99 for it, and apparently I'm paying $19.99 a month for it. And I went back and tried to figure out where Google Play, what I was using it for. So I turned it off last night, so we'll find out.
That's how you figure it out.
Figure out what I'll use it for.
Mine is...
If my car stops working, let me know.
Mine is the traditional landline telephone. Like, I haven't owned one in probably 15, 20 years, but I think once the baby boomers die out, nobody will ever get another, legit landline telephone.
Me too. I'm old. I'm on the baby boomer line, and I haven't had one in forever.
Third down.
The only reason I kept one as long as I did is because it was free. They made you have
They
it.
introduced it in your cable package. Well, that doesn't make sense. You'll save $15 a month if we give you a phone. What is a dumb thing people spend money on?
Electronics. I'll give you an example.
You got an iPhone.
I got an iPhone, but I don't know the difference. I don't know what iPhone I've got, so my daughter wanted an upgrade.
Electronics.
Yeah.
We got to have electronics.
Our whole life.
No, but I'm saying you don't have to,
I can't
don't know the
buy
difference.
stuff to watch the next round on.
I know. You've got 5 TVs in your basement.
Our left nut is
I'm
tied
talking
to
about
all electronics now.
high-end electronics. Like this laptop, I don't know what it's... it's serviceable. I don't need a better one than this.
You bitch about that one all the time.
You really do.
You probably
think it is dicked up all the time.
No, it is.
You ever notice how I over here? This by the way is probably what, Lunsford, about $2,500 more dollars?
No, but it's probably double the price at least, if not probably 3 times the price.
You worry about cutting corners and you spend $2,500 more on that, and what's it do for you?
It doesn't
His laptop
screw up
is infinitely
like
better than
yours.
y'all's laptop.
A little thing I like to call a Google Play. Look it up.
I don't even need it anymore.
Anyway, I was going to bring up the iPhone. They told me at T-Mobile, you're set for an upgrade. And so I went in and they told me, I was trading my daughter's phone in. Well, it had a crack. Well, we can't take it. And I said, well, so what's my upgrade? Well, you don't get an upgrade with the crack in the screen. Doesn't make any sense. So I spent $1,000 on a phone. Who needs to spend $1,000 on a phone?
If you want the latest one, yeah.
I'm just saying, what's the difference in this?
Go spend $100 on a phone and then think of the questions you're going to be asking me.
Yeah,
really.
But this computer right here is smarter than the computers that sent men to the moon in the 60s.
Yeah, Jim's right.
And it's in
Keep
our
it in your
it's in
pocket.
our hand.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, what's the difference between an 8 and a 14?
A lot.
The camera is so much better. It's clear.
The
It's
camera.
running an A6 chip instead of an A3.
Fourth down.
Fourth down.
What celebrity do you think would have a massive oil painting of themselves in their living room? I'm talking massive. Like, why would you
Terry
walk in?
Bradshaw.
You think you're
But you know what? It'd be funny if Terry had it.
He is the hokiest guy on TV right now.
He's sitting at the table with the dogs playing poker. That's what Terry's oil painting would be.
I could see that.
That would be a good one, by the way. I'd like that.
Well, that was one of my suggestions or weird questions. If y'all came into my house and over my fireplace, there's a huge oil painting of Nancy and my wife and I in a almost explicit pose, but it's something that we're proud of. It's got the art light on it.
Oh, yeah. I'd be super awkward. Yeah.
Do you say something then, or you just get back in the car with your wife going, what the hell was that?
No, I wouldn't say anything then.
J. Mose says LeBron. Carson says Deion Sanders.
Prime.
Oh, yeah, LeBron, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to say Donald Trump. He'd have to, right?
Oh, of course. The man's got NFTs.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love it when the room laughs.
He does.
I love it when the room
sold
laughs.
out.
Yeah, it did sell out, didn't it?
I came in looking like a commando. What the hell is going on?
All right. Hey, Fortune, when I say give me LT's camera, it is
it's back, baby.
It is like the holiday season for
right.
LT. Tie shot on LT's camera.
Yep. Lean over, LT.
Right over your shoulder. What's over your shoulder?
Lean that way.
Ready to go.
Keep leaning. It's back. It's back.
R2 Beer 2.
I found out. I sent a text. I said, is our kegerator dead? It'll be back tomorrow.
Hey, there it is, baby.
Well, we
She's
had
back.
some tenants across that wanted their cold beer yesterday, and I'm like, I can get you some sangria. We can do margaritas. I've got wine. I've got bourbon. I've got vodka.
I want keg beer.
And they stumbled in right in the middle of the Mystery Fifth Hour.
Yeah, we have become the place everyone in this building comes for a drink.
Well,
it really
it's
is.
the only place you can get a drink.
It's
about to be the only place you can get an AED.
We're like a modern day speakeasy in this building, aren't we?
The second floor is like, hey, you guys going up to the bar on the fourth floor after the work today?
I got to finish
Did you
these
hear
reports.
the news? Next round got an AED. I heard the news.
Yeah, Janet was having a sangria when George had a heart attack, and we were able to shock him out.
R2
and
Beer
Reed beat
2.
Lunsford in Madden. It was a crazy Wednesday.
R2 Beer 2 is a great name.
Yes, I like it that way.
R2 Beer 2 is fantastic.
I just envision people walking because our lobby is glass doors, and I envision people walking past and looking in to see us playing Madden or drinking bourbon.
They
and
rolled
just shake
it.
their
They
head.
couldn't roll it 5 more feet.
We were on the show. He pointed and waved.
I wouldn't matter.
He waved and went.
That's part of it, man. We have people walk through all the time.
We do. Hey, my buddy Shep says Jim Nantz does have a life-size portrait.
He does. He has toast there, yeah.
Jim Nantz in his living room.
That's terrible.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
All right. So there you go. That is 4 Downs brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Locally owned and operated. Great guys. Get into one of those 5 locations today. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
And don't forget our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, Montevallo can be that place for you. Jump by there right now or go online to montevallo.edu to find out everything you need to know about that wonderful school. And you'll also learn that they've got 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports if your kid would like to continue their athletic career. Also, small class sizes to help them academically and so much more. A great social life and a great academic life. It's all a short drive away at the University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey guys, tackling that WD has never been easier, and you can handle it discreetly in the Next Round store. I'm Jim Dunaway here to help you with wardrobe dysfunction.
Ooh, I like that hat.
We have new items to excite you daily. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Hats, long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and so much more. Get the gear that we wear and say goodbye to WD forever. Wardrobe dysfunction can be a bad memory. Nextround.store. Nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Second half of the show already, our conversation with Tom Luginbill. Taylor Corn sending out some great clips from that. She is with Scott Forrester of some moments from Tom Luginbill earlier, including Alabama's young receivers, the JUCO receiver that could be turning heads in Tuscaloosa. Stuff you want to go see right now on our social media platforms. Go like, follow, and give us a thumbs up. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, the rest of the crew here this hour. And the headlines brought to you by our friends at Michelson.
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you in 2023, it's one easy phone call. A phone call I made a couple of decades ago, 205-969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the contacts, the eyeglasses, you're wasting money each and every year. Stop doing it. Stop procrastinating. Make the call that I made. Dr. Mark Michelson, a pioneer in the business, the first to perform the LASIK procedure in the state of Alabama in 1995. Call today, 205-969-8100, or for more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Auburn basketball gets upset by Georgia last night, 76-64. Okay, this is not a final decision or anything, but does everyone feel like this Auburn team is in a precarious spot right now, in trouble?
In trouble might be a step too far. I mean, they've got Arkansas. Lance thinks they're going to be favored in that game. You can change a lot of things if you beat Arkansas. And then they play at Ole Miss, who's no good, and then host State, who has shown some vulnerability.
Yeah, Mississippi State's not looking good.
Yeah, so, I mean, you got a chance if you could beat Arkansas to really right the ship right here. But, I mean, they've obviously got their hands full.
I think we'll know over the next three games. If you don't at least go 2-1, if they go 1-2 over these next three, I think they've got problems.
They could be in trouble. Yeah. Now, when you say in trouble or problems, is that –
I'm talking 17, 18 wins overall.
And NIT, which is where some of the conversation was earlier. Just hard to believe that this team would be there going into this season. They have been ranked all of the calendar year in 2022 and still ranked to this day.
So once they get to February, that's the problem is they're February and early March, Dunaway, because in the month of February and then that first week of March, they played Tennessee twice, the home and home with Tennessee, the home and home with Alabama, Missouri, who all of a sudden looks like a pretty good team, and at Kentucky. So, I mean, that's a really, really tough month of basketball for them. So if they have designs of making the NCAA tournament, you can't be, a middle-of-the-pack team going into that month. Now, you would have a ton of opportunity in front of you, but it's also a really, really tough schedule.
Yeah, so that's one interesting thing to keep an eye on. Auburn moving into a big game against Arkansas this weekend. Alabama, home game against Kentucky. If you want to know how Alabama is being respected around the SEC right now, I'm on Sports Talk Radio in Lexington, the interview right after the show today. They rarely call.
Wow.
They rarely call about when Kentucky's coming to play Alabama or Auburn.
Yeah.
For an interview.
Let's get an Alabama perspective in basketball, huh? Wow.
I mean, because Kentucky will come in 6-7 point underdog in that game, 4.5,
5.5, yeah.
Yeah, it's a rarity for Kentucky to be the underdog, but they are not playing good basketball.
No, they're not. And again, we talk about Auburn, how they've struggled. Their guards have struggled. Same with Kentucky right now.
Yeah, guard problems for them as well. If I said Auburn or Kentucky, better team down the stretch, is Oscar Tshiebwe the difference?
Yeah, I think Tshiebwe and Jacob Toppin is really good.
Toppin led them in scoring the other night.
I would lean Kentucky right now, but I don't know. Flip a coin.
Yeah, but Auburn since Auburn went to the Final Four, Auburn's been the better program over Kentucky.
I do think it's interesting, and I don't know that Bruce Pearl is digging into a bag of tricks just yet. But John Calipari did it the other night before the LSU game. They scrimmaged the day before the game, and I think he said he had never done that in his tenure as a coach, to scrimmage a team the day before a game. But he just felt like that's what his team needed. I guess they responded. I mean, they beat LSU.
They won the game, but they were 12.5-point favorites, and they barely won.
I mean, had to hold on at the end, could not close it out.
Bobby Petrino is back in the SEC. Has that been made official yet, or is it still reports?
It's official.
It's official. Bobby Petrino is the new offensive coordinator at Texas A&M.
What do you think he gets? $2 million? I mean, with the money they pay at A&M,
I'm going to guess it's going to be 1.5 or between 1.2 and 1.5, because he was going to UNLV from Missouri State, FCS program that was a dog program. He went back there and led them to a couple of playoff appearances to show you what kind of coach Bobby Petrino is. And it was weird to me that he was leaving to go be with Barry Odom at UNLV, but in typical Bobby Petrino fashion, he's at UNLV and he's there, 8 days?
Yeah, maybe.
8 days.
But, that might have been a situation. Petrino. I don't know. We know Bobby Petrino has some vices. One of his vices might be Vegas. Who knows? And it might be one of those situations where I've got $10 million in the bank. I'll go retire there. The weather's great.
Yeah. To me, the one place you don't want to retire with $10 million in the bank is Las Vegas.
Yeah, well, you're right, especially if you gamble.
That's a quick way to lose it.
It becomes $2 million in a hurry.
You think you could lose it in a year?
Who, $10 million?
No,
me?
you, yeah.
Yes, I could. If I was in Vegas.
I think most anyone could, really.
Oh,
to be fair.
Well, you could lose it in a week if you really went at it hard.
Because, I mean, I'll like a game a lot, and I'm like, wow, I could put $1 million here and get $1 million up.
It was great. We had a cocky guy last night at Odie's that his walk-off chant was, gamblers always win.
All right, I'm doing this on the fly. What if we did a reality show for the channel with Lance? We send him to Vegas with $10 million, and he doesn't know to win the prize if he's got to turn it into 15 or can take it down to 5. Like, we don't tell him. See what I'm saying?
But he wins the prize when he hits one of those markers.
And when he hits one of those markers, either he dwindles it down to 5 or he turns it into 15. That's when he wins $100 million. But he doesn't know which one.
Okay, how are we going to get the $10 million and how are we going to get somebody to have
we're workshopping this, Lance. Let's don't worry about those things.
Let's do $1,000.
Small semantics.
But true or not, LT, if you sent me to a sports book and we make it, what was the Richard Pryor movie where he had to spend all that money?
Millions.
Okay, if you gave me $1 million, we'll call it Dunaway's million.
Okay.
And you sent me to a sports book, and I had to sit there and lose all that money, but I only betting on sporting events, it would be equally as hard for me to lose all that money as it would be for me to make money.
I don't know. I think if you went with your gut, if you sat down without a device and you just looked at the Vegas board fresh and went with your gut, I think you could lose that million. If you were playing
LT, I was trying to win. I was 2-32 this past year.
Yeah, but
2-30.
I think Lance's point is you weren't going with your gut. You were.
No, I had a formula.
Yeah, that's not your gut. That's a
Throw
formula.
that bad boy away.
That's what I'm saying.
I think you'd find a way. I think if you played $50,000 a game, I think over a weekend you could lose $1 million.
But if I was trying to lose $1 million, do you think I would win?
No, I think trying to lose is just as hard as trying to win.
Yeah, that's my point.
Your point. Yeah.
So if you told me I've got to lose it in this,
if you told me, hey, look, here's a 10-team parlay, you've got to go 0-10.
Yeah, that's when you would hit the parlay.
It would be just as difficult to go 0-10 as 10.
That's right.
But so what if we just give you hypothetically $1 million and you bet on the games this week? Each game this weekend is $50,000.
Yeah, let's just keep up with
at the end. And like, this is your $1 million.
Yeah.
You have to spend all that. You have to gamble all of it this weekend, and what you come out with.
Just see how you do. You can play any games you want. You can play $1 million on one game. You can play $100,000 games.
Yeah, and see, that's it. If I'm like, I'm going to take $1 million and I'm going to put it on Arkansas to beat Auburn because Auburn just lost to Georgia.
Yeah,
Auburn would come up and win the game
Arkansas's
outright.
a dog.
You know what I mean? That's what happens. You end up, okay, now I've turned $1 million to $2 million. So now I've got to lose $2 million.
Yeah, but you're also the guy that would go in on the roulette wheel and say, it's 50-50 red or black, which it's really not. And you'd put $1 million on black, and then it would hit green.
Well, fiddlesticks. That didn't work out.
I didn't even see that color.
What are the odds? Not very good. All right, so Bobby Petrino's back there, and that's the conversation's all over the place when it comes to what Petrino and Texas A&M could end up doing. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends right there at Champy's Chicken. They bring you this hour of the show, champyschicken.com. We appreciate them so much being with us. Sterling and the crew, you are not going to find a better group of people than you get at champyschicken.com, and they love serving up great food, right? They love making you guys smile when you go in for lunch or dinner. So if you haven't done it yet, if you didn't do it in 2022 when we told you to, make it a point in 2023 to make the short drive to Alabaster, Highway 119, and go see Sterling and his crew there. Great Southern fried chicken. At some point, it'll be on the Alabama to-do list for best fried chicken. Go to Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Po' boys, the hand-cut chicken fingers, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales are something you've got to have. It's all right there at champyschicken.com, open for lunch and for dinner today. All right, so we're getting ready for an NFL playoff weekend where we're going to finish up the regular season. We have so much on the line. In some of these games. Some of them are winner-take-all games. So let's get into our Pepsi countdown to kick off with the NFL. No Thursday night game, 2 games on Saturday, and then we get into this playoff picture. The one game, LT, that you're most looking forward to this weekend, which one? I mean, obviously you like to watch your Rams, but they're out of it. When it comes to the playoffs, which game are you most interested in?
Well, if the Rams win, the most interested I am is Detroit and Green Bay because it's winning in. And I think for Detroit to get in, that offense is so fun to watch. It's a team that plays so hard, and I think they're going to play hard, as Furman said yesterday, even if the Rams lose that game. So that would be it if the Rams win. If the Rams don't win, it's probably Saturday night with the Titans and the Jaguars.
Because it's a winner get in regardless of a situation. Brown, are you looking at this weekend? What are you looking at?
I mean, I think the game I would most look forward to would be the one Lance mentioned, obviously outside of my Dolphins, the Lions-Packers game. I want the Rams to beat the Seahawks so that this is a win and get in. Those are fun games. I remember
it's like early playoff games.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it is an extra week of playoffs. And I remember us flying to one of the college football playoff sites, and the Seahawks were playing, was it the Rams, Lance? No, it wouldn't have been the Rams. You wouldn't have been there. Seahawks were playing somebody in one of these games, win and get in, on a Sunday night. And I just remember watching that game and how fun it was knowing that it's for a playoff spot. Now, at the time, I think it was like 2-7-9 teams.
No, that was the Rams.
Yeah.
It was Rams-Seahawks. And Charlie Whitehurst was starting for the Seahawks.
That's right. And the difference here is, people are full power. You're not getting like a backup starter. You're getting Aaron Rodgers, and you're getting the Lions as healthy as they're going to be. So, yeah, I think that would be it, Lions-Packers.
The Lions-Packers. As we go into the weekend, talk to me about some storylines, some playoff storylines.
Well, one of the big storylines.
Let's go first, Packers. Can the Packers make some noise in the playoffs if they get there?
So I brought this point up yesterday. The Packers have been so good in the regular season the last 3 years, achieving the number 1 seed, but then losing and not getting to a Super Bowl. Now you've kind of reversed that. You've been so bad in the regular season, you find yourself a win and you're in. So maybe this is like a reversal. And I don't think the NFC, when you look at San Francisco, Brock Purdy still can have that moment where he has that bad game. Does everybody, as good as Philadelphia has been this year, do you really trust Philadelphia in the playoffs?
For some reason, no.
Nobody trusts Minnesota. Dak Prescott's throwing a ton of interceptions. So I think they could once they get in, but we'll see.
And I'll tell you what's all of a sudden become critical, too, is it appears they're now going to have to determine the 1 seed in the AFC based on win percentage. And if Buffalo beats New England and Kansas City well, Buffalo will be 13-3. Kansas City, if they lose, would be 13-4. You would have fewer games, but then I think Buffalo, that puts them in the spot win percentage-wise for the 1 seed. That Buffalo-New England game becomes a really massive game because Buffalo, with that one fewer game now that they're going to have, to be able to get that 1 seed potentially. I think that Buffalo-New England game is fascinating.
I still can't believe, there's 9 teams that have an opportunity still to get in the postseason. There's only 3 spots available. The only teams that can actually win and get in are Green Bay and New England. And I cannot believe New England's in a spot where they can win and actually get in the postseason.
It's all because of the Dolphins. I mean, if Miami had taken care of their business, New England would have no shot at this.
When I watch New England, it just doesn't seem like a playoff team.
They're not. They are absolutely not. No,
absolutely.
No, I mean, it's a bad offense. It is a bad offense. And their defense is, though, very good now. I'll say that. They are a ball-hawking secondary. They turn you over a lot. So they've got a solid defense, but they do not have an offense that could do anything in the postseason.
You had another storyline you were about to
Well, there was going to be an interesting storyline if Justin Fields was going to play against Minnesota, because Justin Fields had an opportunity to break the all-time rushing record in a season for a quarterback, Lamar Jackson's record. And he was going to do it, based on, the numbers that he's put up this year. So, that was going to be an interesting storyline. Pittsburgh and Kenny Pickett can still get in this thing.
They can. They need Miami to lose.
And New England to lose.
And
then they win.
But those are not crazy. Now, my neighbor is a big Pittsburgh fan, lives down just a couple doors down from me. And our kids go to the same bus stop. They're on our street. And I was talking to him about it. And I said, in a weird way, I may like your spot better than Miami or New England's. New England's got to play Buffalo, who's got a ton to play for. Miami's starting Skylar Thompson. Who knows what you'll get?
I still like your spot the best.
And he said, well, that's what he said. He said, of all the teams we could play, the Browns, the ones I don't want to play. He goes, they're eliminated. All they can do is ruin it for us. And he said it would be just like the Browns to win this game and hurt their draft spot.
Yep.
And he's right about that. He said, I'd almost rather be playing the Bengals or the Ravens right now than having to play the Browns. That's from a Steelers fan. So I don't think anybody really likes their spot. New England's the team that is in right now, but they've got the toughest of all the games, having to play Buffalo.
Let me tell you a dangerous team that we have not talked about at all, but I watched them for a full 4 quarters last week because they played my Rams, and that's the Chargers.
I knew you were going to say them.
And here's the reason why, because Justin Herbert can have huge games, but now he's got all his weapons. Mike Williams is playing great football. Keenan Allen is a really, really good wide receiver, and Austin Eckler is leading the NFL right now with touchdowns.
And Bosa's back defensively.
Yeah, Bosa's back defensively. And that was what I was going to point out. Over their last 4 games, I think this defense is only getting up 11 points per game. So defense is playing great. You've got weapons there. So to me, the Chargers are a dangerous.
I know we've talked a lot of AFC. I saw this stat today. It was wins versus teams with a 500 or better record this year in the NFL. Do you know the team that's got the best record? They are 5-1 against teams that are 500 or better.
It's got to be a team in the AFC.
No, it's in the NFC.
Oh. Well, then I am going to go with Philadelphia.
I'm going to say it's the Buccaneers. We only beat good teams.
It's the Dallas Cowboys.
Dang. We beat the Cowboys.
5-1 Cowboys are against teams with a 500 or better record. And I think that one was Tampa because you guys are 8-8.
Well, one other NFL story to tell you about, but that's our Pepsi Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by our friends at Pepsi, getting you ready for another NFL weekend, the end of the regular season. There apparently is buzz out there, at least Tom Florio of Pro Football Focus is reporting, that Sean McVay is once again for the second year in a row being targeted by NFL broadcast partners. And once again, it'll be up in the air on whether or not he will take it or not. Do you feel like he had any regret not taking it last year, where he could have been, I guess, the Amazon analyst?
Well, it was a guy that had never had a losing season and had been to multiple Super Bowls and still is extremely young in his mid-30s. This year was a disaster, and there was a lot of reasons. There's a team that started 2-1, and then the injuries started to pile up, so they really had no hope. In retrospect, maybe, he wanted to take a look at that. He's still coaching one of the best organizations when it comes to resources, support behind him. I don't know. It's going to be really strange because they are handcuffed for the next few years, and you really wonder about the long-term health of Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, and what Florio talked about was that he missed the window on the Amazon deal, that Herb Street got that Amazon really wanted Sean McVay, and Florio was making the point, do you think he now regrets that?
But
the way this season has gone.
I would assume McVay would be really good at this. But there were other people that assumed Drew Brees was going to be good, and Drew Brees was a train wreck.
He was coaching a bowl game the other day.
Yeah.
That's how bad he was.
He needs to stick to selling those freaky fast sandwiches.
Getting struck by lightning. But, I mean, that was kind of the story. Florio was like that Amazon really wanted Sean McVay to pair with Al Michaels, and now Herbstreit's got that spot, and McVay's going through this losing season, and the future prospects aren't as bright because of the situation you're in with your draft situation.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if McVay, another one of those high-profile coaches, decides to take the money and run to the broadcast booth and then maybe circle back around and coach again someday down the road. All right, there you are. That's a little NFL conversation for you as we get back to college football. When we come back, a couple of things happening out there, including Sam Hartman is on a campus right now. We'll talk about that coming up in our next segment. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at MyBookie. Did we do MyBookie yet?
We've done it a few times. We can do it again.
Do it again, Brownie.
Let's do it again, Jimmy D. Run it back. MyBookie.ag code next round. That's that $50 deposit or more. You get a cash bonus instantly in your account. Use it right away. Make one bet, and you can cash out right away with MyBookie.ag code next round. $50 or more. That's how you get that cash bonus. NFL playoffs. NFL regular season wrapping up this weekend. College basketball, UFC, weekly blackjack tournaments, all right there in MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag code next round. MyBookie.ag code next round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel, where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Back with you on the Next Round, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and that team over there want to keep you connected, make sure everything's flowing right, draining right, and running right. Heating, cooling, and plumbing. Everything right there with Adam, Chad, and the folks at Hemp Hill Services. The name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Part of the conversation involves Sam Hartman visiting Notre Dame in South Bend. Sam Hartman is heading up to South Bend, and he's on campus today visiting. That's a dangerous situation up there. If Sam Hartman goes to Notre Dame, that's a good football team. You put them in your 10 to win a national title.
Well, I mean, you think about it, if Sam Hartman went a lot of different places. I mean, he's an elite quarterback. He's got a ton of experience. And you think about what he was playing with. Look, it was a Sam Hartman-friendly offense there at Wake Forest under Dave Clawson. But you put Sam Hartman in a lot of places, man, he's going to put up big numbers. He's going to win you football games. That guy is a legitimate player.
He says he will make an announcement within the next few days. But it's been given for a long time. We just all expect it to be Notre Dame.
Yeah, but if I was him, I'd head south. I mean, again,
Who'd you go play for?
I had to point out to Brown that he was the best-looking college football player
He's
right now.
He's a very good-looking young man.
And
yes.
if he was to come south and
he could do well on any campus.
On one of these southern campuses, yeah he'd kill it.
But let me ask you, if he walked into Alabama, would he be the starting quarterback?
He would be the starting quarterback.
If he walked into Georgia, would he be the starting quarterback?
I think Lance said he'll be the starting quarterback all 14.
So he could play for either one of those national championship contending programs.
Yep.
If he walked into, he wouldn't be the starting quarterback at USC though.
Nope.
Who else is a contender?
Ohio
State.
He might get started at Ohio State. I don't
We don't know.
I don't know what their backup situation is behind Stroud.
Yeah. If I would really weigh this out, now I don't know the background on Sam Hartman. He might have grown up a Notre Dame fan. He might already have some kind of huge NIL deal that has been orchestrated. Marcus Freeman is one of these guys that is very convincing.
Yeah, but my point is that he could walk into a national championship playoff contender.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. The only team I know he couldn't play for is USC.
In the entire country.
Yeah. He's not as good as Drake May.
Sam Hartman's not as good as Drake May?
I don't think so. I'm just talking about upside. We've seen Drake May for 1 year.
Michigan will punt J.J. McCarthy to the curb for him.
J.J. McCarthy's got a lot of talent, but
but he's not Sam Hartman, I don't think.
No.
Now, that said, Sam Hartman also had a game this year where he turned it over
6 times.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's bad team.
Yeah, you never get that one out of your memory.
It's hard to flush that one.
Speaking of Notre Dame, if you ever wonder baby boomers, we had that question with Rockstar, things that could go away when baby boomers die off.
Yep.
The mystique of Notre Dame, apparently not one of them. Notre Dame, South Carolina, 5.7 million people. The most watched non-New Year's Six bowl game, 5.7 million.
It was an entertaining game, too.
Yep.
Notre Dame ended up winning that game, obviously, but a lot of big plays, a good second half, and it was a Friday night. Good TV slot, but I do think Notre Dame was the big draw there, obviously.
Afternoon game, but yes, it was a late afternoon game.
It was dark when I was watching it.
Yeah. Jeremy over there says Hartman couldn't play at FSU. Travis Jordan is entrenched as the quarterback leader of that
Jeremy
team.
could be right there. I mean, Travis Jordan really, really has been impressive.
Yeah. All right. So that's some college football news. Let's get to trash today. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Spell it with me. W-I-N-E-R, the Texan winning big at the spelling bee. There's 2 N's there, hon. Did I spell wrong?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, with rates trending upward, save yourself some money, stress, and time by buying your home with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. If rates rise during your lock-in period, your interest rate will not be affected. Plus, you'll know your home buying budget ahead of time. Pre-approve your budget. Maintain a 90-day interest rate lock-in period today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200 if you're in Birmingham. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first. An elderly man, gruesome fight at the last stop of the Blue Line in Gresham, this is Oregon, left a 78-year-old man seriously injured with his ear chewed off and his skull exposed.
Ear.
We have pictures?
We don't, but that's a fight.
Y'all
got y'all sketchbooks. Y'all can do it.
Yeah, so into the Blue Line, is that like
that's like a bus stop,
bus
I think.
line, yeah?
Yeah, the fight happened just before 2:30 a.m. on Tuesday, ended with the arrest of a 25-year-old man who had recently moved to Portland from Georgia. Now, Gresham police told deputies that they were called to the Max platform after witnesses called in a possible stabbing that caused significant bleeding. When law enforcement arrived, the suspect, later identified through fingerprints as Corin Kramer, was still on top of the elderly man and still attacking. Detectives determined the man had not been stabbed but did have his ear chewed off and part of his face chewed off. Emergency responders could see the victim's skull. Kramer, who initially provided the name of L. Baker, was booked on an assault charge. The investigation continues. I said we could put the guy on the island.
Okay, but
can't chew off an old man's face.
I don't know the whole story.
The wording, chewed off and not bit off, makes it sound like
it was like a
like it was a process. Like he had
numerous bites.
Yeah, exactly. Like he
I
gnawed
can
it.
understand the one bite in the heat of the moment, but continuing.
I can
to
understand one.
You know, this used to be bath salt related though, and we don't get a whole lot of bath salt stories anymore. Did we clean up the bath salt situation in America?
Oh, would it encourage you to I want to try that, to see that guy that ate the other guy's face?
Bath salts?
Yeah. Would it encourage people to try it?
Well, no, but I mean, we used to have a ton of trash stores that were bath salts. I'm just wondering if we got that under control.
I don't think we have it under control. I don't think we reported as much.
Well, I don't know. Is it like when you go to buy what is the stuff that you make meth with?
Sudafed.
That kind of stuff. You have to show an ID when you buy a certain amount.
I don't know how you make bath salts.
I don't even know where you get bath salts. Bed Bath & Beyond?
Yeah. What?
I don't think it really is bath. It's not bath related.
No, I think it's bath salts. I think they were like snorting them like cocaine.
I don't think it's something where you got to put some stuff in. It's not like it's just something you can buy over at the grocery store and sniff. I'm sure it's got a little bit.
What did
enhanced.
they put with it?
Fries.
It looks like the same stuff you do when you're making meth.
Jeremy says pseudoephedrine, pseudoephedrine.
I don't know. I've seen the.
That's what you make meth
It's another
with.
kind of salt. What it's called, but it's used for to like bathe in.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just guessing we got it under control. Is what I think. I think the authorities did their work, Lance.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, we'll see what happens to that dude. Viewers wanting to watch porn in the state of Louisiana now have to submit state IDs in order to verify their age before accessing adult sites.
I'd like to log on to some porn, sir.
That's probably going to slow it down a little bit.
No, you know that'll probably cut it in half.
Yeah. Oh, in half?
Yeah.
It'll cut it off. Yeah. Pornhub should sue.
A new law went into effect January 1st, which holds porn sites accountable for content deemed, quote, harmful to minors if they do not implement age verification technology. This, by the way, the state that houses New Orleans.
No, it is. It is. I mean, it does seem to be some conflicting views
the
here.
highest STD rate in the country.
Yeah. But this is a needed step right here. It's a good idea.
Yeah, I would agree.
I mean, I don't know that this is the best way of going about it, but
well, I mean, because you have all kids have access to computers.
That's right.
Now, look, this means that anyone wanting to view porn in the state must now submit a driver's license or another age identifying ID card. Pornhub, currently the only site requiring visitors to verify their age through the Louisiana Wallet app. A digital wallet for Louisiana state driver's license. The law known as Act 440 allows porn sites to be sued for damages resulting from a minor's access to such content and is an unusually severe step in government crackdowns in the name of child
so this
safety.
is age verification on the website. They're not having to go and get a license.
No.
No, I thought you were saying they had to go to
smile for your picture.
to Columbiana.
I've got a porn card.
I thought we were having to go to Columbiana,
like a driver's test.
To get a porn
picture,
license.
he's all ashamed, like, oh Lord, I just did.
No, like if you had a medicinal card for legal weed, I think you would have a line. You'd have a line around the corner for people lining up to get that.
Right.
But
I mean,
for a porn ID, nobody's
because then I can sit in line and say, "Hey, Pastor, the old tricky back," if I'm getting medicinal
I got
marijuana.
glaucoma.
Yeah. Nice transition here. 2 Alabama cities made the 30 loneliest in the U.S. cities, according to data from the Chamber of Commerce. Despite an uptick in adults moving back in with their parents, it's not uncommon to encounter a person who lives alone. More than 36 million Americans, or 29% of all U.S. households, are one-person households. I didn't realize that.
And what's the percentage?
29%.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't see as not alarmingly, but a surprisingly high number.
But I don't think that necessarily makes you lonely, right?
Maybe a skewed number, because when the census happened, Maggie and I filed separately.
Not sure.
Filed separately.
Hey, so when you'll be a bachelor for a few weeks coming up. You won't be lonely,
for 2
will
weeks.
you?
I will not be lonely.
Yeah, you'll be playing PlayStation and eating at walk-ons.
I'm out of the PlayStation game. I was getting beat up by playing too much. The only PlayStation you'll see here is when I'm playing it here from now on.
So you're not even doing it at home? You just got it for Christmas.
I'm shutting it down until it's over.
I bet.
What all games do you
I was
have?
catching too much grief when I was ahead 21-0 on Lunsford.
Yeah.
And could have easily won that game. I let him come back to win.
What all
just
games
so
do
I
you,
could win the rest of them.
What all games do you have?
On the PlayStation? Just that one game. I got it for the college football game.
Do you play any of the shooter games?
No.
You don't like those?
No, it's bad for your mind.
Proven, right?
It was funny when I was talking to the tenants that came over to get our IT guy, i.e. John Lunsford. The rumor was he was playing Call of Duty. He couldn't come over here. He's playing Call of Duty.
That's what they said when they went back.
It didn't look like Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Anyway, here are the 10 loneliest cities. Out of 170 cities with a population of at least 150,000. Number 10 on the list is Baltimore, Maryland.
Never been.
I have a couple of times.
I've never heard much good about it.
It's the only place I've ever had the concierge tell me not to walk 2 blocks to the restaurant they recommended. I was like, it's just, I can see it.
But I think we're going to
You
find
don't want
in
to walk there.
Baltimore.
I can see it.
I'm
You don't want to walk there.
having a discussion with our friends at Ocean City,
Yeah.
Marriott today.
Yeah.
And we want to talk 2023, and they want us to frolic in the Atlantic. They've got something big coming
They
up.
want the
us
show to come up.
Something new in 2023.
Are you guys down?
Yeah, it was
I'm
a
always
music
down.
festival, wasn't it?
I think it's a fishing rodeo. Close.
That's
I'm sure
kinda-
there's some kind of music
I
playing.
got to ride a damn trout.
all I know, it's a rough city when the person who recommends the restaurant will not let me walk when I can see it. That's a rough
you're
city.
right. That is a rough city.
Rough city.
Yeah, it really is.
Yep,
Number 9 on the list, Atlanta. Loneliest cities we're talking here. Top
Okay.
10 in America. Number 8, Birmingham.
Oh, my gosh, we're lonely.
Number 7 is New Orleans. Number 6, Cleveland. Number 5, Cincinnati. Number 4, Richmond, Virginia. Number 3, Alexandria, Virginia.
Ooh.
Number 2, St. Louis, Missouri. And number 1, Washington, D.C.
Wait, Alexandria doesn't sound like it should be lonely.
She sounds like a lovely woman.
Now, Mobile came in at 26, by the way.
Why is Birmingham lonely? Why are we lonely?
Birmingham is lonely because it has 39,000 single-person households. Makes up 44.6% of Birmingham's population is single households.
But when you're single, that doesn't mean
they're
you're lonely.
equating that if you live alone,
Yeah.
the more people that live alone, they've got to be lonely.
I think that just shows a lot of singles moving to Birmingham because it's a good single scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had a couple of singles that tell me, hey, this is a terrible singles town. I mean, how can it be if everybody's living alone?
I really don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't been
Everybody's
single
Need to
long.
knock on more doors.
Yeah, you need to put yourself out there a little bit more. Get off that damn apps.
Okay, would you rather?
Oh, I like these.
Would you rather be forced to live the same day over and over again for a full year? Or would you rather take 5 years off the end of your life? See, if you gave
here's
me
the
a good
gamble.
day,
you don't get to pick.
And that's
the
the gamble. If I pick a bad day, I got 364 more of them.
boy, if I had Christmas Day this year outside of the Rams
That's right.
performance,
I know.
But see, I'm only giving up a year as opposed to giving up 5 years at the end.
yeah, but
I'd
what's
rather
your quality of life going to be on
That's
those
right,
5
yeah.
years?
It's going to be damn good.
What's your quality of life like if it's a bad day every day? Could be a great day, though. I think I'd take the gamble on that one.
I think I would take the gamble, but I don't know. You know, I look at some people and their quality of life, their last 5 years is not good.
It's not great.
But if you got a good day,
But
it's better than the alternative.
But
There's
Lance,
butterfly effect. You can change it every day.
what
if we got one of our Floribama days,
what if you die of a what if you die in a car
That's not
accident?
some of
at-
my best days.
What if you die in a car accident at age 60? Your quality of life living up to that car accident is fantastic.
that's true.
Now that car accident comes at 55.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's tough.
Yep, that's
These
it.
are all tough. Here's another one. Would you rather go into the past and meet your ancestors or go into the future and meet your great-great-grandchildren?
I think my great-great-grandchildren, yeah.
I lean that way, but I'm not positive. I just think it would be cool to go back in time.
I would not like to go backwards because other than, mom and dad and Mike, my immediate family, and then Nanny and Pop and Pawpaw and Mama, after that, I don't know
care.
anybody, don't care about
but,
anybody.
and I don't know.
I never knew them, don't care.
Well, it's a bunch of Indians, right?
Well, that's
probably.
I think I got a little bit of that. Yeah, I think I got a little bit of that. But I haven't done that me and 22 thing.
That is the biggest farce is that everybody has Indian
We could
blood.
afford the 23.
What's everybody laughing at back there?
Because that's not what it was.
No, it's 23andMe.
Yeah,
Do
I
it.
had done that. What you
I'll go a stake if you'll do it that you don't have Indian blood.
Is the company going to pay for it? Is it expensive?
No, I don't think it's that expensive.
I have no idea.
It's not as expensive as your lunch the other day.
What lunch for say $50?
$50.
Don't
not as expensive as that
you
jacket.
You spit in a test tube and you FedEx it off to them, right?
Yep.
And then they send it back and they're like, you're 22% Neanderthal.
Yeah.
And so we're going to go 0 Native American for me.
I think you've got 0.
I will do that.
Okay.
For sake?
Yep.
Now, don't they? Because hey, who was that old cat up in that old lady that was she was a senator and she said she was all Indian and she wasn't Indian at all.
I don't know her name, but I know what you're talking about. She's having a tough time.
Yeah. Well, no. But they came back and it said she's somewhere between like 164th and 3,000th Indian or something like that. So there was like this big window.
Technically, I'm true.
No, I'm going to go less. You got to go less than 1%. Less than 1%.
Oh, no, it's got to have some Indian blood in me, some Native American blood in me.
Okay, but it's got to say Native American.
Well, what would the other option be?
What if it says indigenous people?
You're talking about like India the nation?
Came with a feather.
I mean, he could be an Eskimo. I don't know.
I mean, they have to actually give me my family's name, like Chief Running Lock or something?
There was nothing on there for me. Mine was like 99.2% Western European. So I'm just wondering, anybody in our chat room or any of our listeners or viewers, have they gotten theirs back and it said anything about Indian blood?
No, I think Dunaway's going to have some Cherokee. Will it say Cherokee or does it just say Native American?
I don't know. I wish somebody over there, had some. And
I think I got a little Cherokee in me, a little bit Choctaw.
Yeah, Jay Price, he ain't got dot. Here's another would you rather. Would you rather glow bright pink every time you're attracted to someone or glow bright red every time someone annoys you?
No, God. Dunaway would stay red.
Dunaway just be going back and forth.
Dunaway would be red.
Pink, red, pink.
Give me the question again.
Would you rather glow bright pink every time you're attracted to someone or glow bright red every time someone annoys you?
Bright red.
I'd rather go be the annoyed one.
Yeah, because that's going to be embarrassing, bright pink. I mean, like you just walk next to a female and you turn pink.
Hi, I'm John. Oh, hi, John. I'm a little flushed.
Good job in the lock last night, Lips.
Our final would you rather. Would you rather clog the toilet on a first date or first day on a new job?
First day on a new job.
No, I'd rather date because you're going to be working there for a while.
Yeah, but what if this is your soulmate? You clog a toilet.
It ain't your soulmate.
You also got to walk a country mile in this building to get to the bathroom.
And you'll know if she's forgiving. If she's like, hey, look, no big deal.
Travis says Dunaway's name is Chief Losing Money. Thanks for thinking I'm a chief. I mean, brave running broke.
Yeah, see, so nobody is saying that they have any Native American blood in them. Okay, so we've got pictures.
Well, now, wait a minute. Here's old Josh. He said his grandmother's granddad was full-blooded Cherokee. Well, he's doing this in a bunch of different ones, so I can't keep up.
Yeah, but again, he hasn't done 23andMe. That's what they say.
2.3, so you're up, Lunsford.
What?
Well, I did one of these, and so my mom had done one because I'm Puerto Rican. My mom's side of the family is from Puerto Rico.
That's what I would have thought. You're Puerto Rican.
So,
I did not know that.
Yeah, your mom's people are from Puerto Rico?
Yes.
Did they want to become a state? Does she want it to become the 51st state?
I don't know.
By the way, I really enjoyed Hamilton. Tell her.
Do you ever wear a tuxedo?
No. I do have a Puerto Rican national team hat. That's as much Puerto Rico as I have.
Anyway, go ahead.
But she did it a long time ago, like when it first became popular, and she had a high percentage that listed as Native American because they count like Puerto Rican descent as like indigenous Native American.
Yeah.
And so I did it, and because I'm less because of my dad and everything, I'm 2.3, but I have like 2.3% of that, even though it's not like what you consider Indian, but it's like considered indigenous people, aka Native American.
Let's see.
I'll still roll with it because there's no way you got Puerto Rican in
here's
you.
Preston. He said his grandmother was 1/8 Cherokee and her half Cherokee grandmother, and the results came back 0.
Yeah, well, maybe Preston, that wasn't your legitimate grandmother.
No, it is. Preston's saying there's a flaw in the system, but
No,
I'm gonna let whatever it comes back as is the rules we'll play by.
Okay.
That's Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Well, we've got pictures of inappropriate toys.
We can do it later. We don't do it today.
No, we can do it today. Let's go ahead.
Well, I mean, I'll just do a couple.
Okay, go ahead and do it.
These
Let's
are
do
some
it.
inappropriate toys that happen. This is a Batman soap dispenser.
That is not true.
This is.
That's not true. Let's don't rush through these. Let's rush through these. Hell with the time. Go ahead.
So this is a Batman soap dispenser. Get some soap.
Hey, wait, he had to plug in the butt too. Look.
Well, you had to keep it from.
That's how you fill it.
You got to put the soap somewhere.
Wow.
You got to keep it from
Look
running
at that
out.
expression, bobbing for apples.
Yeah, that is not correct.
Harry Potter had a vibrating broom they had to discontinue that you literally sat on it and it vibrated.
Oh, no.
Kid looks happy.
Kids thrilled with it.
Harry, let me play with your broom.
Yeah. You had this Dora the Explorer had an aqua pet that got discontinued.
These are all bullshit. None of these are true. None of these are true.
How do you blow her out of the top?
I've tried. They discontinued it. The best is the ET finger you could get.
Oh, no.
No, Rockstar. No, that's not true.
You can put that on and impress your friends.
Yes, you can. It's not true, Rockstar.
That's what Mark Wahlberg wore at the end of Boogie Nights.
Hey, Rockstar, look, it glows when pressed.
Press it.
That is not true. None of those were true.
There's a Superman snuggler for kids. It's a little blow-up doll you can have. Tips. These were popular, and you can get Superman. That's not the one. That's the stripper pole.
Oh, right. It's easy, Rockstar.
Superman snuggler.
It's not true. Rocky, these are all the fake. These are all from a sex store.
Turn your pillow into the biggest toy ever. You got that right. Luginbill would like
I'd
that.
be a billionaire.
It says you can stuff what? Hug and play. Stuff what?
They went over the top with his curl, too, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
All right, you got the stripper pole. They said this wasn't for girls, but it said this is for ages 11 and up. It was a little stripper pole you could get, and it was in the toy aisle.
Look, and it's got fake cash, too.
Yeah, but they said this was not marketed to little girls.
11 and up?
Peekaboo.
I mean, that is
Yeah, so, and then
creepy.
A garter belt there to hold the cash.
Oh, and Wonder Woman. You get some scissors for Wonder Woman that they made. So those are some inappropriate
actually,
toys.
I think I've seen those scissors.
Have you now?
Cut. All right, that is trash brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Surging interest rates may be weighing down your decision to buy a home, but Mortgage Right has a program that can lift the burden. If you're looking to save money on your new mortgage, temporary interest rate buy down may be just what you need. Rates are on the rise, so it's more than wise to consider a temporary interest rate buy down. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started, or call 205-815-9200 if you're in Birmingham. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
And part of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Open for lunch right now. Sterling and his crew serving up the best in Southern food and great sides as well. Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
UAB with a big basketball game tonight with Florida Atlantic. That goes as part of our basketball slate this evening. We had the NFL Hall of Fame finalists announced yesterday, a great list that included Auburn's Willie Anderson and Troy's DeMarcus Ware. More on that list in just a second, right after LT tells us about our friends at Gutter Cap.
823-2212, that is the number you need to call. Keep those gutters clean and free-flowing in 2023. Great special from our friend Chris Stewart. Call him now, 205-823-2212. It's a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out, eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. He'll give you a free estimate right now, 205-823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Boy, when you look at that NFL Hall of Fame list that came out yesterday, they are all contemporaries of our lifetime now.
Yeah,
they're
that's wild,
all,
isn't it?
They're all studs and stars that happened when we started watching football, right, Lance? I mean, these are the guys.
No, they are, and I think it just shows you. I mean, I remember a time in college when I would be like, man, these players are the same age as me. And then you get to the NFL, and then you get where coaches are younger than you. And now we've got players that we grew up watching are actually, same age that are getting inducted.
I can remember DeMarcus Ware coming out of Troy because he used to come on our show way back in the AM days. And I'll never forget the first time he came on, Dunaway was like, hey, there's this guy at Troy that Mel Kiper said could be a first-round pick.
That's right.
That's when they upset Missouri on a Thursday night.
Yeah.
He was part of that team.
Darrelle Revis, I mean, just playing recently.
Yeah, Revis Island.
Joe Thomas, one of the great offensive linemen. I mentioned Willie Anderson. Torrey Holt with your Rams for a while.
Greatest show on turf.
Yeah. Reggie Wayne, who was the other receiver opposite of Marvin Harrison. Devin Hester, Andre Johnson, Jared Allen, DeMarcus Ware. These are all the names that, I mean, almost where we were doing a show already.
Yeah, and I'm almost ready to say that all those guys are deserving. I'm typically not like that.
Who's the lock, though? Thomas is the lock. Joe Thomas is an absolute lock.
I think Jared Allen is a lock as well.
I would think so, too. Do you remember how controversial Allen's celebration used to be when he would do he would sack a quarterback and he'd sit behind him and do the lasso like he was roping a calf or something?
What a stupid celebration.
It is, but it was so controversial.
Yeah,
People got pissed
Andre
about it.
Johnson is definitely a lock.
I mean, Revis was the best corner in the game for quite a while.
Yeah, I would say Allen, Joe Thomas, Darrelle Revis would be the three locks for me. I don't know how many they'll vote in. But I'm like you, LT. I look down that list. There's nobody I keep out at any point.
Maximum of 5.
Is that all?
I mean, Darren Woodson was a big time guy. But those three, Allen,
Andre Johnson,
Joe Thomas, and Darrelle Revis.
Where's Joe Thomas?
Joe Thomas is on there.
Yeah, he's a big.
I don't see him. I know who Joe Thomas is. I don't see him on my list.
No, he's on my list. Offensive lineman.
Yeah, I've got Jared Allen, Willie Anderson, Rondé Barber, Devin Hester, Torrey Holt, Andre Johnson, Zach Thomas, DeMarcus Ware, Reggie Wayne, Patrick Willis, and Darren Woodson.
Well, there's more. There's Patrick. Did you say Patrick Willis?
Oh, okay. Now I see it.
Okay.
Yeah. Joe Thomas is number 1 on that list.
See, this computer has the whole list.
I knew it was coming too. I was about to say, if you got a more expensive computer, you see the whole list.
I just didn't read the first paragraph.
So that's the Hall of Fame coming up this week. I mean, but I'm like LT. There's every every one of those guys, I think eventually will be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I mean, it is hard to look at that list and say none of there's one of those guys, he's borderline double on.
But do you think part of it is because we watched them play every Sunday, so we think we know them all, so we deserve they're all going to be? Because there was a time it was like, well, I never saw that guy play. I don't know if he should be in or not.
I look at the baseball finalists, and I'm like, this guy was a good player, but he wasn't a great player.
Yeah, it's harder for me in baseball to judge. I think I can judge a little better in football personally.
And like Devin Hester wasn't a great wide receiver, but he was
phenomenal kick returner.
Yeah, the best kick returner in the history of the game. So he's got to be in there.
All right, we'll talk basketball with Jon Sunvold when we come back. He was on the call of Auburn in Georgia last night. Is it positive Georgia, what the future could hold, or is it some warning signs about where Auburn is heading in basketball? We'll talk to Jon about that. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
Yeah, and don't forget Element Wellness right there under the same roof, elementwellness.me if you want to see more. Listen, in 2023, you want to feel better, heal better, and look better. Element Wellness takes care of all of that. The red light sauna, the cryotherapy, the IV bags, the red light therapy, all those things, infrared sauna, all those things at Element Wellness help you heal better, look better, and feel better. Elementwellness.me, Highway 119, just off 280 in the Greystone area, right there under the same roof as Greystone Chiropractic and our guy, Dr. Lee. Elementwellness.me.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Before we talk basketball with Jon Sunvold, let's update you on our Cowan Equipment poll question brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, and Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on our venture here. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, Cowan.com.
What damages your mouth the most? Hot Pockets, pizza rolls, Captain Crunch, or Milk Duds? Right now, leading the way, Hot Pockets, followed by pizza rolls, then Captain Crunch.
Yeah, those hot ones will get you. Jon Sunvold with us. He was on the call last night of the Auburn loss in Athens. He was with the SEC Network at Jon Sunvold on Twitter and with us right now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, John? How are you?
Hey, guys. I'm doing great. How about you?
Doing fantastic. Thanks a lot. Obviously, a lot of Auburn fans are alarmed after that loss last night. A narrow win over Florida at home, who is now 0-2 in conference. And then a loss where they basically trailed the entire game in Athens. Is it time to sound alarm bells for Auburn basketball right now?
Well, when you say it that way, there's always alarm bells, right? It's just, the league's going to be interesting. And if you go back to the start of the year, you're thinking, okay, Auburn's a top, some people are top 10, top 15 in the country. They don't shoot the ball well. So if you don't, you're gonna, it's tough. So the game I'm watching last night, or I'm doing, and I've got a great seat. Janai Broome is really, really good. He's better than I thought he would be, and he's better in person than I thought. I've watched every Auburn game on TV, but the lack of being able to make shots. Now, whether that's Wendell Green or KD Johnson, I mean, we know KD's not like just a natural shooter. Zeb Jasper doesn't shoot it much. To me, Alan Flanagan, who I like when he plays a mid-range game. I don't like it when he shoots threes. But, too early to sound the alarm. But the league is funny. You've got two teams, and it's not Kentucky. I mean, it's Alabama and Tennessee that I think are above everybody. And then there's a little bit of Arkansas, only if Nick Smith plays, and he's a superstar freshman, but he's injured, I think. Some say he might not be, but he's not playing. So they don't have him, so I think Arkansas is okay. Then it's everybody else. You need to win at home, like Auburn did against Florida. You need to secure that. And then how do you get wins on the road? I mean, Georgia early on might be looked at as one of the worst teams in the league, along with Vanderbilt at the start of the year. And Mike White's a heck of a coach, so they slowly get better. We've already seen Missouri, LSU, teams that you wondered with new coaches and new faces, they're all better just because of the transfer rule. And I'll take those two teams. Take LSU and Missouri. They had coaches come in, not many players left from the previous regime. Everybody transfers out. Missouri fortunate, Kobe Brown's an all-league player, so he's there. But both coaches at LSU and at Missouri brought guys from their school, and they're both old teams. I'll speak for Mizzou because I'm a Missouri guy and I see them a lot. They've got a veteran team. Now, they're veteran guys of all mid-major level, but so is Janai Broome, meaning that's the guys you want that are really good at that mid-major that have played 3 or 4 years. And some of these teams have them. So, I mean, we're only 2 games in the league play, and it's like a roller coaster. And I think Auburn's going to have a roller coaster because of the ability or lack of ability to make shots. And every game's going to be different. But Bruce is pretty good. And the one thing Auburn Tigers do is they play hard as heck, and they rebound, and they'll defend. And you know what? They'll probably put it all together at some point, and it'll be more fun to watch.
Okay, well, I was going to ask you, and this is a premature question, but we all know Bruce Pearl is an elite coach to a lot of people. This team's been ranked the entire year, but there are Auburn fans now that, watching the last few games that are asking the question, is this a tournament team? When you start to look at this schedule coming up in February, it's going to be brutal for Auburn. Do you think ultimately when it's all said and done, they make the NCAA tournament?
Yeah, I think so. I do. I think they'll finish in the upper half of the league, and that can. And I'm saying 4 to 8, and I think the league gets 7 or 8 teams in. I think the league's just a killer this year because of the parity across the board. The lower teams are better than they used to be, and I think the two teams at the top are as good as any in the country, and maybe there's not 4 or 5 teams as good as everybody in the country. But Auburn should be able to make the tournament. And again, Bruce has built such a great program, and the way Auburn plays, they're hard to prepare for when it's not conference play. I mean, all these conference guys know each other. They you're going to play each other twice sometimes. It'll be a little roller coaster more for Auburn, I think, this year in the league compared to what they've had the last couple. But that doesn't mean they're at the bottom half, and I think they'll be in the upper half, the upper quartile. And if they do that, then they'll be in the NCAA.
You were a great shooter. Wendell Green was 2 of 12 last night. Jalen Williams were 1 of 9. So a two-part question. Did you ever have a night shooting like that where you were 1 of 9, 2 of 12? And as a guy who was known for being able to put the ball in the basket, is that something you can correct in the course of a season? Can you become a better shooter in the course of a season just by putting in, extra gym time? What do you do?
So first question, yeah, I had games like that. I had more of those kind of games in high school because I just kept shooting. In college, my coach said, if you're not making any, would you just quit shooting? Even the elite shooters, he'd say, hey, that's not helping us if you're going to miss tonight. So I kind of focused down. Now, can guys get better? Yes, if they're good shooters to start with. I mean, Wendell Green's a solid shooter. Now, he's a volume shooter. What do I mean by that? He needs more takes, like 2 for 12. I get it. Last year, when I'm thinking of the numbers last night in front of me, he was a 31% three-point shooter last year. So it's not much difference. He's about 29 to 30 this year. He needs volume. He needs pace, right? He's a shorter guy that needs freedom. He doesn't need a half-court game that you lock down and you can get him in the pick and roll and they can switch and they can do all those things. He needs, like they played normally at home, they did against Florida, but he needs space as far as up and down. Now, can guys can Zep Jasper become a great shooter? No, not necessarily great, but can he make an open three now and then because they're not going to guard him? Yeah, he proved he made a couple last night, I think, at least one I remember. So, for the most part, when you look at their lineup, it's not loaded. Katie Johnson's always been a 30% three-point shooter. We know what he is. He's aggressive defensively and offensively, puts his head down and creates havoc. I mean, and he's good at it. I've already said I don't think Flanagan to me is a great outside shooter. I love his mid-range game. I wish he would do that more often. Who do they? Jalen Williams. He's a guy that if you had to pinpoint an X factor, maybe Jalen Williams is the guy that hasn't yet responded every night consistently. And if they can get him to do that offensively, I know he averages around 10 a game. If he can get them consistently, 12 to 13 to 14, then all of a sudden that changes who they are. But I do think after watching Janai Broom, they'll go to him more often than I guess I thought coming into the season.
Jon Sunvold with us for a few more moments. SEC Network. He had Auburn and Georgia last night. Alabama plays Kentucky coming up on Saturday. When you look at the Crimson Tide, it's probably the deepest team Alabama's had in quite a while, certainly the deepest one that Nate Oates has had. They can come at you from a lot of ways. What worries you about Alabama, though? When you look at them, what do you say, if I could fix one small thing about Alabama, it would be what?
I don't know that Nate Oates starts coaching them too much. No, that's not fair. They've got just about everything you want. They've got a superstar that he is so fun to watch. I mean, it is. He's as good as we've seen in a long time, including Jabari Smith last year. They've got speed, they've got size, they've got length. I don't think much concerns me about Alabama. I think they can play with anybody, and they've proven that they can beat anybody. To me, they're a Final Four team because Miller is he's off the chart. But I like the fact that they do have young guys. I get it. So there's the freshman thing. Sears to me was a great pickup in the transfer portal, and then I've always loved the speed of Quinterly. And if they're hitting on all cylinders, great. I think they've got enough weapons if all cylinders aren't going. I think they're still good enough to beat most any teams. When you go to Houston, and I would say Kelvin Sampson's one of the great coaches we have in college basketball. If you go to Houston with this Houston team and beat them after being down on the road at their home court in a game that mattered so much to the University of Houston, that's all I need to know about Alabama. I have no concerns about Alabama at all. Zero.
Well, with that said about Alabama, is your only concern for Tennessee the fact that they don't have a superstar?
Yeah, I when I watch Tennessee over the years, and I'm great friends with Rick Barnes, sometimes they get mechanical, and I don't know what I mean by that. But when you watch them, there can be a flow some nights, as they played the other night against Mississippi State. There can be a great flow, but there's some games that just gets mechanical, and they bog down a little bit. And some of their shooters, to me, aren't quite natural shooters. They shoot it. But and you guys know this, you see a guy that takes a shot and you go, boy, that's a great release. I mean, it's just natural. I don't think they have natural guys that shoot it. But it doesn't mean here's where they're great. Defensively, they're great, and they're big, and they're quick, and another Final Four type team. I've got Alabama ahead of Tennessee, but, 1 and 1A in this league.
All right, he is Jon Sunvold. Follow him on Twitter at Jon Sunvold. You'll see him all season long, of course, on the SEC Network at arenas throughout the South. Thank you very much for the time, John. Always great talking with you.
Thanks, guys. Happy New Year, and we'll talk to you down the road.
You got it. Thank you. Same to you, John. Jon Sunvold with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Hey, some exciting news from Johnston RV Center, boys. They're introducing the Coachman Freedom Express line at their Coleman store. That's the I-65 exit 304 in Coleman.
I like Freedom. I like Express. I like line.
Hey, guess
Tell
where
me more.
You can't park it next Monday.
That's right. Don't try taking this thing to SoFi, boys.
Tell me about the Freedom Express line.
It's the best travel trailer on the market, Dunaway, and it is such a respected line in Coachman. You know about the Coachman line, obviously. And they've got a great introductory offer right now. Here's what they're doing. The 2023 Freedom Express 192 RBS. It's a lightweight model. It features a slide, beautiful new interior design, a lot of storage space, big refrigerator. $249 a month with approved credit. You're not going to beat that deal. $249 a month with approved credit. Right now, that's at the Coleman location, I-65 exit 304. They've got a sister store there in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, Decatur, 334, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
That deal sounds too good to be true.
Oh, it's true, Dunaway. It'd be true.
Oh, that's fantastic. Our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com bringing you all of our guests, including Tom Luginbill, earlier in the show. Couple of college football notes after that basketball discussion there. Mississippi State hires Chad Bumpus as the wide receiver coach. He comes from Utah back to Mississippi State to join Zach Arnett. That's where he played college football just yesterday. It seems like Chad Bumpus was setting Mississippi State records.
Man, I will tell you, Zach Arnett is making a ton of moves right now.
He really is. Some surprising ones, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Bumpus is a guy, again, another guy I can remember playing at Mississippi State. So you start to feel old when you hear that. And there are rumors out there, I don't know if you were getting to this, about who his offensive coordinator might be.
No, but he is pushing Steve Spurrier Jr. out, who was very versed in the old the air raid.
Yep.
Is he going away from the air raid or not?
There are rumors that Kendall Briles has interest and Arnett has interest in him. Yeah.
Wow.
Those are the rumors that Briles might not be thrilled with his situation there at Arkansas, and that Arnett would take him in a heartbeat to replace Steve Spurrier Jr.
Boy, with Barry Odom out to UNLV, and then if Kendall Briles bolts to Mississippi State, that becomes, you start to wonder about Sam Pittman. We talked about Little Shine came off of Cold Beer Sam this year a little bit to me. I don't think the team was as good as his roster was. But that's life in the SEC West.
Absolutely it is. And you're right, though. I mean, having to replace both coordinators coming off a disappointing season. You do that coming off a successful season, you're like, great, we had success. People came and got our coaches. If you had to do it coming off a disappointing season, it's a much more difficult time to do it.
Yeah, I think both those coordinators might be a bit overrated, though.
Really?
I kind of agree.
I
agree.
Just the opposite, man. I thought Kendall Briles and Barry Odom were
Odom's defense was terrible this year.
They were terrible
last year.
Yeah.
Missouri hires Fresno's Kirby Moore as their offensive coordinator. But Eli is usually the guy calling the plays there. Matt Brock is Mississippi State's defensive coordinator. He gets hired there. Marcus Woodson is Arkansas's co-defensive coordinator. He was hired there. And then LSU analyst Pat Hill is leaving to become the defensive line coach at Colorado.
Is that the Pat Hill that was at Fresno?
Yeah.
Is it the same guy?
I think it is.
No, it's Pat
not?
Hill, who was at Birmingham Southern just in 2021. I don't know if there's a relation to Pat Hill, who was at Fresno or not.
Where's the old Pat Hill? Remember,
I'm looking it up.
He was viewed as maybe at 1 minute the best Group 5 coach.
Is he not back at Fresno as the head coach?
No, he
It's
is. Last time he coached was with the Falcons. He has not coached since he was with the Falcons.
Would check me on this Pat Hill, but I think
No, it's a different guy.
Pat Hill that was at Birmingham Southern back in 2021. That's a quick rise, by the way. Birmingham Southern 2021, D3 non-scholarship. Just an analyst at LSU in 2022. Boom, you're going to be the D-line coach at Colorado for high-profile Deion Sanders. That's a boom, that's a step. It's 2 big steps right there for him. Congratulations on that move up the ladder. All right, much more coming up, including we've got a guarantees, some fact or fiction is what they are, coming up a little bit later on the show. That is being brought to you today by our friends at Precision Sports. LTs?
LT.
LT.
I like that, yeah.
Little T's.
Hey, 2023 is a new year, and there are new ways to contact your favorite precision sports medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Did you tweak that shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations, injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard, or finding pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Hey guys, tackling that WD has never been easier, and you can handle it discreetly in the Next Round store. I'm Jim Dunaway here to help you with wardrobe dysfunction.
Ooh, I like that hat.
We have new items to excite you daily. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Hats, long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and so much more. Get the gear that we wear and say goodbye to WD forever. Wardrobe dysfunction can be a bad memory. Nextround.store. Nextround.store.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
UCLA picked up a running back. Ball State's Carson Steele, 14 touchdowns, 1,500 rushing yards. He's going to replace Zach Charbonnet in that offense out there. Do you think you can transfer what you were doing at Ball State to what they're doing at UCLA?
Yeah, again, what you've got to remember is what he had around him, his offensive line at Ball State. Now what you've got at UCLA, you've got better athletes. So, yeah, I think he'll be a factor, and they went out and they got a quarterback from the MAC as well.
Yeah, so they're rebuilding there in Westwood. If you'd like to get back into the game, our friends at Hemphill will take care of your cooling, plumbing, and heating.
Yeah, I actually had a friend reach out this morning and said, I need Hemphill's number. And it seems like
urgency in the voice?
Yeah.
I need Hemphill's number.
At least once every couple of weeks, somebody's reaching out there asking for the number. You can go on a program it in your phone, 205-229-2090. That is the number Birmingham has trusted since 1954 for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. It is Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones we trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. Again, call them, 205-229-2090.
All right, let's do a little fact or fiction here. I got 6 statements, and you tell me whether they're fact or whether they're fiction right here, okay? We will start first in college basketball, where Georgetown has lost 25 straight Big East games.
Impossible.
Not just 25 straight games, 25 straight Big East games. Georgetown will never go to the Final Four again in all of our lifetime. Fact or fiction?
I would say that is fact. Now, that said, John Thompson and his son got them to the Final Four.
Yeah, it's the only Final Four I've ever been to. It was in 2006, and so that's been 16 years. I just don't see it happening.
I would say it's fiction.
I mean, they're 6-25 last year. They're 5-11 this year, 0-5 in conference.
I wonder what's happened there.
I don't know.
It can't just be coaching.
Well, it feels like funding. It could be a problem, right?
Could be funding. You wonder if the administration has changed their stance on their commitment to having a winning basketball program.
That's my point. The funding on the athletics.
Well, and I was going beyond just funding, but yes, I mean part of that too. So I don't know. But that used to be such a proud program.
Well, and Patrick Ewing was one of these bench coaches with the Rockets, and he was one of the guys that was key in the development of Yao Ming when he was healthy. Yao Ming was a dominant guy when healthy.
That's right.
And so Patrick Ewing was viewed as an up-and-coming big-time coach, and so they thought it was a perfect marriage, and it's been a disaster. He's 73-95.
He went back to try to save the program, and it did not go well.
To try to be another John, maybe not another John Thompson, but to tap back into the John Thompson era of basketball, and it's been the exact opposite.
25 straight conference losses. Now, the Big East, they were good back then, too, when Georgetown was going to the Final Four, but they are very competitive. A really good UConn team lost again last night to Providence, so they're now 3-2 in the Big East.
Oh, Creighton's good. Providence is good. Obviously, UConn's good.
Xavier is good. I don't know if they're in the Big East or not, but they're good as well.
It's confusing.
Another fact or fiction for you right here. Jim Harbaugh is the Michigan coach in 2023. Bruce Feldman standing by his reporting. Then Joel Klatt on our show yesterday saying that he would be surprised if Jim left, that it was more of a contractual play by Jim Harbaugh. What's your belief?
Well, I tend to lean with Joel Klatt. I mean, Klatt has had the one-on-one conversations, and, you can't trust anyone when it comes to stuff like that, especially coaches. But again, I think the Michigan job is better than any of these other open jobs. He's got a ton of talent coming back next year. He's gone to back-to-back college football playoffs. I know they haven't succeeded once they've gotten there, but he's beaten Ohio State in back-to-back years. They've still got a lot of momentum.
We got Black Monday coming up in just a few days, so we'll see which jobs come open.
For those that don't know, that's the NFL Monday where the firings happen, and there are a lot of opening NFL jobs.
Yeah, it does not feel like an active Black Monday. It feels like everybody already got the head start with Wright getting fired in Indianapolis, Hackett getting fired in Denver.
You still could see it in a place like New Orleans, maybe.
Maybe Dennis Allen gets fired.
Maybe in Atlanta, there's some talk there.
Arthur Smith gets that?
He doesn't know about the future. I like Arthur Smith, but
Yeah, so I don't know that it's going to be as active. I mean, there are Black Mondays where we've seen as many as 8 or 10 firings, it seems like. I don't have the historic backing on that, but it feels that way. All of that said, there's just not an opening maybe outside of Indianapolis right now that I think Harbaugh would jump at. I just think the Denver opening, you're strapped to a quarterback that looks like he's lost his game.
What about Arizona if it opens?
The Arizona opening, you're strapped to a quarterback that I still think there are questions about what he can be, and you're married to him.
And by the way, he's not even going to be ready for the start of 2023.
Yeah, and the Houston opening, you're going to get to draft quarterback. That's hit or miss. Indianapolis, you're going to have to draft quarterback. I just think Indianapolis of these franchises has traditionally been the best franchise. I mean, Denver's been the best, but Denver's not the one with the quarterback open.
I know it sounds crazy, but even in Tampa, Todd Bowles is not. I mean, he's
going to the playoffs.
Going to the playoffs, winning the division. Not everybody's in love with what he has put on the field this year.
Yeah, and again, Mike McCarthy one and done in Dallas.
Yeah.
That could be a situation.
Yeah, so that's some jobs that could open up. Speaking of coaching, we talked about Deion's contract earlier, where Deion Sanders 5 years, $29.5 million, but there's a window after 3 years that opens up for some good faith renegotiations of that contract. Deion Sanders will not coach longer than 3 years. Period. Anywhere. Fact or fiction?
Oh, I think that's fiction. I think Deion's going to, he's in this now. I think he's going to try to see how high he can climb the ladder. I don't think Colorado's his last stop.
Yeah, I think it's either going to be a huge success and he's going to be out within 3 years, or it'll just be kind of middling and it'll still be a brand with Deion. There'll still be some excitement there, and Colorado will keep him for the 6 years.
Yeah, I have a feeling that when his sons have moved on, that he may move back to doing, Deion Sanders stuff.
I just think I think he's gotten the taste for it now. You got the taste of Jackson State of being a coach. Now you're going to get a taste of being a coach on the major college level. The next obvious step is being the coach on a major college level at a contender program. And if he can win a little bit at Colorado, somebody will take a shot at him.
Fact or fiction, Bobby Petrino will not be at Texas A&M for a second year.
I will go fact on that. I think even if he's successful, then I think somebody would take a flyer on Bobby Petrino as a head coach again. And I just don't think these personalities are gonna mesh.
Yeah, well. I think I'll go fact on this too. This just feels combustible.
I'm moving to a head coaching job, though. I mean, how old is he?
Who, Petrino?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think he'll be a major head coach again.
I'm saying I could see somebody take a flyer. It might not be. It might be a Group 5, but he took the Missouri State job.
What is he? 63?
Who, Bobby Petrino?
Frank Solich coached till he's 77.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, at Ohio.
That's what I'm saying, though. It could be a Group 5 job.
Yeah. Bobby Petrino is 61.
61.
Yeah, he'll turn 62 in March. So,
so
by the time he would start another coaching job, he'd be 63.
Same age as Tom Cruise and Ralph Macchio, basically.
Yeah.
So
Tom Cruise is 61?
He's 60.
He's 60.
Tom Cruise is 60.
We're getting old, guys.
Hey, you got to see a side-by-side of Ralph Macchio and Obama and Tom Cruise and Obama, because they're all 60.
Yeah.
Well, 8 years of the presidency will kind of age.
Yeah. Obama looked like a kid when he went into office.
He really did. Okay, 2 more of these fact or fictions after I tell you about our friends at Weight of Wellness. If you want to get in shape and lose some weight here in 2023, nothing better than our friends at Weight of Wellness to do that. Really easy. Just go on the website, aplanforme.com. No money out of pocket. Aplanforme.com. You'll get all the details. First visit is absolutely free. Free consultation with Leslie and the board-certified team. No contracts, no sign-up fees. You're never just tied into anything right there. But they'll help you. They'll lead you along the way, and they'll come up with a plan specifically for you. No cookie-cutter plan. It's aplanforme.com, the website. Aplanforme.com. It's right there, Weight of Wellness, a journey to healthy living. All right, the last 2 right here. Packers win a playoff game this year. Fact or fiction? Packers win a playoff game this year.
Boy, it just depends on where they're going to play. Again, they're going to be on the road. We know that. I am going to say no.
They got to get there first.
Got to get there first.
And then they would likely be playing.
Right
they be
now,
playing Minnesota?
No, I think they play at San Francisco.
Who, the Packers?
Yeah, I think the Packers will be the 7th seed.
But that still depends, right? Because that's not locked in with Minnesota and San Francisco.
No, it's not.
Yeah, so you don't know.
I assume San Francisco is going to win this week, so they'll be the 2 seed. Philadelphia's going to win. Giants aren't going to play anybody. They're going to be the 1. So I think the 7th seed obviously is going to play at the 2nd seed.
Yeah, so it'll be San Francisco.
Yeah. They ain't beating San Francisco.
Yeah, likely at San Francisco, Packers will not win a playoff game.
If they could grab the Vikings, I mean, they just destroyed the Vikings, one Sunday ago. I would like them against the Vikings.
So that's shaking out with the Giants get the Vikings?
Yeah, which is good for the Giants, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if I'm the Giants, I much like my position better than Green Bay.
Last one fact or fiction still to go here. One South Division champion wins a playoff game, either the Buccaneers or the winner of the Titans-Jaguars game.
The way it sets up right now, you guys hosting Dallas, I could see you beat Dallas. On the other side, Jacksonville hosting the Chargers. I don't think Jacksonville would beat the Chargers right now, but who knows? I'll go one will win.
Yeah, I would say
one
would win. Yeah, I could see. I guess I could see you guys beating Dallas, which you did earlier in the year. And I got that stat wrong earlier. I do need to clean that up. I said Dallas has the best record against teams of 500 or better. It's actually against teams that are better than 500.
Yeah, so not 500.
You got to take
better.
the 500 teams out because they've lost to Jacksonville, who's below 500. They've lost to your Buccaneers, who are at 500, and then Green Bay, who's 500.
Jacksonville's actually 500.
Well, okay. Yeah. But anyway, you see it's teams that are over 500.
Yeah. Patrick says it would be so Dallas to lose to a really bad Tampa team. And it would be. Yeah. And that's a fireable offense at that point with Mike McCarthy.
I think with the talent, with that defense, the way they were playing early on, Dak Prescott is not playing great football right now, but you've got a ton of talent on that team.
Yeah, Paul says, as a Giants fan, I pray we get the Vikings.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, well, that's who you're getting if everything shakes out the way it is. That's Fact or Fiction today, brought to you today by our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling. Glad to have those folks with us as we get ready for another year here, another year of tailgating and a lot more with Redmond Vodka.
Yeah, ask for it by name. It's available in 20 states now. For more information, you can always just get into your local package or ABC stores. It's 8 times distilled. It's made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, locally owned and operated. Pick up a bottle of Redmond Vodka.
LT, what are the chances, from Patrick in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, LT, what are the chances the Cowboys beat the Redskins and the Giants beat the Eagles this weekend?
I think the Giants are going to beat the Eagles because I think Dable's going to sit everybody.
Yeah, so
there's a reason that number's 14 right now because the Giants are planning on playing nobody.
And the Eagles have to have the win to secure home field advantage throughout in a bye.
Yeah, and I think the Cowboys with Sam Howell starting for the Commanders, I think the Cowboys win that game, but yeah, I think the Giants are not going to beat the Eagles.
Yeah, that's a little NFL conversation there for you with our Fact or Fiction. Don't forget, Ghost Energy brings you the show. We appreciate them so much. We're back in a moment as we jump back into college football and hear from Kirby Smart as the coach gets ready to take the Dogs for a chance to go back-to-back at the national championship game. That when we come back on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Final couple of segments on the show today. Brown has a developing story possibly in the NFL. We'll give you an update on Damar Hamlin, but also on the aftermath of his cardiac arrest. The NFL are scrambling for some playoff scenarios and trying still every avenue to make up the Bengals and Bills game from the other night and what that means with the playoffs away from Damar's health. We'll talk about that after I remind you that some of you incurred some storm damage the other night, some of it to your roof. And when that happens, you need to remember the one name I tell you about all the time, Greg. Just remember Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. He and his wife own that company, locally owned for over 20 years, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and he is the best person to call when you've got storm damage at your house. Call him up, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. Any time of night, storm damage, call that right there, and Greg will get a crew out to you to take care of the situation, 205-542-3531. He also will give you a free no-cost roof inspection. Any time of year. He loves to make sure that the roof is in a good place, no obligation there. It is the thing that protects most people's biggest investment, and that's their home right there. Just call him up, 205-542-3531, or look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. So what are some scenarios that we're going over in the NFL to try to make up this Bills and Bengals game?
Yeah, there are three scenarios, according to Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk and NBC, that the NFL is considering right now. The first one would be the NFC wild card round would start next weekend as scheduled, but the AFC would not. The only AFC game you would have next week is Bills-Bengals. Then that would set the AFC field. They would then start their wild card weekend while the NFC is playing the divisional round. What that would create is the NFC would get a bye before the Super Bowl. The AFC wouldn't. And he said there's zero appetite for that one. That's one of the ones that's out there. None of the teams like it. None of the owners like it. They don't want to get it off schedule. They want the playoffs going on at the same time. I agree with that one. There is an idea of the AFC Championship game being held at a neutral site because you can't really determine with one fewer game who might have home field advantage. The problem with that approach, as Florio points out, is if a team other than the Bills, Chiefs, or Bengals qualifies, you really don't need this. Now, that's a low likelihood because those are going to be your top three seeds, but it is possible.
Yeah, but why not say if it's two of those three teams, we play it at a neutral site, and if it's not, we don't have to worry about it.
I don't know. And there is that possibility. But he said, and this is the one that caught my eye, he said one of the possibilities apparently the NFL is considering for this year only, and it would require approval of the Players Association, is to expand the playoff field to 8 teams. So that nobody gets the bye and you don't have to worry about this. So you would have every single playoff team playing next Saturday and Sunday. And I guess Monday, too. There's a Monday night game, right? So you would have every team in the NFL playing next week. There's no Monday night. They didn't do that,
Yeah, they did it last year.
They did it last year, but there's none this year. So you'd have every team in the NFL, or all 8 teams. You would expand it to 8 teams, and you would have 16.
There is a Monday night for the playoffs.
Anyway,
yeah,
that's irrelevant. 16 teams playing next week. Nobody gets a bye.
Oh.
So that's according to Florio, that's the one right now. If they do anything, that's the one that's got the most traction.
So there's consideration is not just go by winning percentage of the teams in that game, never be scheduled, never be made up.
Yeah, I don't think they want to do it that way for whatever reason. Is the way I read Florio is they don't want to do it that way.
I think the way they should do it is to draw one team from the AFC and the NFC that is already eliminated. Just a random draw.
Well, what this would create, if they go to the 8 teams, that means all of a sudden Detroit, Green Bay is absolutely for a playoff spot Sunday night. That is one of the upshots of it is Seattle is in and Detroit, Green Bay, or I guess you could have a 3-way tie. I don't know who would win that 3-way tie. And then two of Miami, Pittsburgh, and New England are in. So only one of those teams gets eliminated on the AFC side.
I don't hate it. Yeah.
I mean, I don't hate it.
I mean, it's more football.
Yeah. I don't hate it.
I mean, I don't think any of these 8 seeds are going to be able to go on a run anyway.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I just don't think there is, I'm not dying to see this Pittsburgh team in the playoffs. I'm not dying to see the loser of the Packers and Lions in the playoffs. So, I mean, I don't hate it. I don't like the the AFC Championship game in a neutral site wouldn't bother me too much because I'm watching it on television. It would bother the Chiefs fans a lot if they can't go to the championship game, and it would take away from, we were trying to win the first overall seed to have that home field advantage. It would hurt the Bills because we were counting on the weather to help us get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, for those that aren't following along, if it's Chiefs, Bills, Bengals, really more Chiefs, Bills, that's when they would go neutral site because you can't really break the 1-seed tie with the game difference unless you just go win percentage, which for whatever reason, I think they're hung up on not using win percentage because you don't have an equal number of games, obviously.
I just wonder where you play that game. Do you play it in a dome?
Or you'd have to.
Probably in Indianapolis. I mean, it's fairly central. It's a dome.
Yeah.
Nobody gets an advantage.
Yeah, there or Detroit. We've already used Detroit once this year.
Yeah, the Bills, in fact, used Detroit once this year.
The Colts aren't using their venue.
Yeah, Colts will not be using their venue.
It'll be empty, yes.
Yeah, finally, there is a chance that Detroit is like, nope, can't use our venue. We've got a playoff game.
That's right. We're in the playoffs.
We're not going to use it.
We're not going to use it. That's right. It won't be a home game. All right, those scenarios are out there. Rockstar's viewing menu every day, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Usually comes in the 10 o'clock hour, sometime in the final hour of the show when Rockstar gives us a look ahead to what he's watching tonight.
Yeah, New Life Art, bringing memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call for more information, 1-800-735-2787. You can always go online, DanielMooreArt.com.
Well, I'm sure y'all didn't watch it, but I watched a little bit of it last night, the world's toughest test. I was intrigued by it, by the celebrities. So the first challenge is, tell me if you think, the challenge with Navy SEALs, former Navy SEALs, and like you can bow out when you have your armband. You're now a number. Like Dwight Howard's one, he's number 13. You're no longer Dwight. If you want out, you'd rip your armband off. Like, I can't do this anymore. And John and Kate +8, what's her name? Kate Gosling. She's
wow.
So one of the first challenge was they had a helicopter fly over the ocean. They're on a dock, and they're probably 10 to 15 feet off the ocean. You have to singly get in the helicopter, hold on the edge of it, back to the ocean. You hold onto a rig, and there's a guy holding you. And he says you got to put your arms on your chest, close your eyes, and back off into the ocean and hit head first. And you got to be relaxed and everything. Would you be freaked out by that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I could do that one.
Well, that was the first challenge. Kate Gosling was the first one. She thinks she broke her neck. She didn't, and she bowed out. That was the first challenge. Then Dr. Drew.
I mean, she squirted out 6 kids.
Yeah.
That's a lot of
8 kids.
8 kids. Well, not at the same time, right?
Yeah. No. Dr. Drew was in there. He bowed out even for the first challenge because he had heat exhaustion.
Wait, heat exhaustion getting in the helicopter?
I think he got in the helicopter before the second shot. Like, he didn't make it the first night. And then Jamie Lynn Spears. But it's interesting to watch, like, to have them, like, that would not freak me out. Is the physical stuff they have to do, or the first thing they say they have to do is get down right now, and you got to cover your entire body with dirt and sand. Like, so they're like rubbing their, like, I want you to get it all over you. And that's more, that would freak me out more
I could
than
do those.
jumping out of a helicopter.
You know, I saw Mike Piazza walking over like the Grand Canyon. And
Piazza did. He got a pass. Jamie Lynn fell in with her ass up and her legs out. That's like, because they say if you can't land in your head, you're freaking out, you're panicking, and so people have their legs out. So I thought that was interesting.
So probably if you land the wrong way, you're out.
It's pass or fail. Like, they'll just say, like, you panicked. That you look. He calls him a buffoon. It's a British guy. You buffoon. You're a fail. You don't get kicked out, but it's to endurance. Like, you pick when you're going out or not. Anyway, and it's cheesy that when they want to talk to him, we got to talk to Dwight Howard. He's got a bad attitude. So what they go is, number 13, put a bag over his head, and they lead him to a interrogation room, take the bag off his head.
Oh, that sounds ridiculous.
And he turns like, do you think you're liked by your teammates? Yes, I'm one of the greatest NBA players of all time. Well, explain this. And he turns the laptop around. It said an article that says, why is Dwight Howard the most hated man in the NBA?
Yeah, I hated him when he played for my team. So
it's just interesting like that. I watched about an hour of it. Anyway, today, Hulu, The Prestige from 2006, a great Christopher Nolan film with Christian Bale and Hugh Jackman.
Still always get that one confused with the other one.
The Illusionist with Edward Norton and Jessica Biel. And then ABC has a new show on 8 p.m. now called The Parent Test, where 12 families are put under the microscope in the ultimate parenting stress test that compares multiple styles of parenting. So tune in for that.
Yeah, no, I saw a preview of that, and there are other parents who are telling you you're being too strict on your kids.
Well, you know what's funny about that is we were at a Mexican restaurant last night, and the table next to us were those parents. They're young parents, little baby, and they're trying to do the I don't even know what you call the technique. Like, we're not going to cry at a restaurant, okay? We're not going to throw the chips across the table at a restaurant, And my daughter was like, they're raising a little brat. And I'm like, how do you know? You've never been a parent. She goes, because I know how you would not have treated me that way. And I'm like,
which one, the youngest one or AK?
No, it was my 18-year-old, Anna Kate.
Okay.
Well, how did you treat that moment?
Yeah,
you got a screaming kid throwing chips. How do you treat it?
I would have hand. I would have popped the hand or conked them on the head or taken them out of the restaurant or something.
Thump them in the temple.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have.
Pistol whip them.
I'd have jumped their ass. I wouldn't have let them, throw stuff all over the table and crap like that. And hey, we're not going to throw things across the table.
All you got to do is give them the empty margarita glass with the salt around it. Just let them lick
You know what the kid kept doing? Throwing crap across the table.
Because he has your attention.
Yeah.
I used to threaten mine. I was like, I'll take you over to Mr. Brown. He'll waterboard you. You don't want to do that again. All right. That's what Rockstar's watching tonight.
Hey, has anybody seen MILF Manor?
Comes out either late January or early February.
Yeah, it's going to be after the Super Bowl.
Say that again. What is it?
MILF Manor.
Yeah, we talked about
the
it.
TLC series.
Yeah, it's got a twist. We've got to find out what the twist is.
We know what the twist is. It's all their kids.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Maggie called upstairs yesterday. She's like, "Are you crying?" And I'm like, "I'm sniffling." And she goes, "Why?" And I said, "Flashman's in trouble is just so realistic." It was a sad scene, man.
Fleischman.
Telling the kids about the divorce. Oof.
Tough scene.
No.
You ever seen Kramer versus Kramer?
Yeah.
That's tough shit.
It's real life. Real life right there, man. All right, one more segment to go right here when we come back on the next round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the next round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the next round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
All right, final segment of the show. Brownie will tell us about MyBookie in just a second. Rockstar cut number 2, Kirby Smart, in a teleconference. He gets asked this question. How many times do you think Kirby Smart has been asked, what makes Stetson Bennett so good in big moments? I mean,
1,000 times.
1,000 times?
It is weird, though, how good he is at the end of these big games.
He may get asked that 1,000 more times before Monday night, but he got asked yesterday in the teleconference. This from our friends at Dog Nation. Kirby, what is it that makes Stetson Bennett so good?
I think it's his mental disposition. I think he doesn't think of the moment any different than the first quarter from the fourth quarter. He doesn't feel that. He is a processor. He is a deep thinker. He just goes through the process of what he's going to do and doesn't let it affect him. He's never real high. He's never real low. Which I think is a great trait for a quarterback, and I think that helps him in the fourth quarter to be able to go execute. He has a lot of confidence. I think his coaching staff does a great job preparing him to be in those moments.
He's a punk, according to Eric
That's what
Ainge.
Eric Ainge says.
But being a quote-unquote punk, confident in what he's doing, doesn't look like he gives a dang. He is out there okay in big moments.
Don't you think, though, when you've got people that it hasn't always come easy for, they might be more inclined. I'm not going to say it's always, but they might be more inclined to be better in moments like that. Like you'd have to say he's had to work harder and endure more than most guys that are in that situation.
Right.
I would agree, yeah.
He's probably had a Tuesday scrimmage before just trying to stay on the team.
That's right, yeah. I mean, I know Eric Ainge takes shots at the walk-on and the JUCO, but those are real things. He's not making those up. I mean, those things actually happen. Now, I'm sure he was, wherever he grew up, I'm not sure exactly where Stetson grew up, but I'm sure he was a stud in high school and, was the most popular guy, probably the best athlete on the field. But he's not been that at Georgia for most of his career. And, I do think when you've had to overcome those things, it probably builds a little bit in you that makes you better in those types of situations.
I know I'm missing one, but, where would he rank amongst all-time walk-ons?
It's number one, right?
I don't know. Was J.J. Watt a walk-on?
Yes, he was. He was a walk-on in Wisconsin.
Well, there you go. I didn't know that.
No, he was. He was a walk-on in Wisconsin.
I really don't know usually when walk-ons are walk-ons.
Rick Neuheisel was a walk-on.
I mean, Rashad Johnson was a walk-on at Alabama.
Stetz is a little better than Rick Neuheisel.
Yeah, no.
I like Coach Rick.
Okay, you tell us about MyBookie, and then Rockstar queue up cut 4 for me. The TCU offensive lineman Wes Harris makes an interesting point going into this game.
MyBookie.ag code next round is where you go. MyBookie.ag code next round. Jump in on the NFL final weekend of the regular season and the NFL playoffs. Get the college football national championship game, college hoops, UFC, NBA, and they got weekly blackjack tournaments you can play as well. You can do all of that at mybookie.ag. Here's the cool thing. We're going to give you this code next round, just our show name, next round, when you go to mybookie.ag. And on a deposit of $50 or more, you're going to get a cash bonus, and you can use it right away. You use it right away. All you got to do is make one bet with it. You win. You take it out. It's your money forever. mybookie.ag code next round. mybookie.ag code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. When you go to mybookie.ag, don't forget code next round for that free money.
The first thing he's going to say is that thing got a Hemi.
Oh, you think he looks like
John Reep?
Yeah.
John Reep.
John Reep?
By the way, I like the hat, don't you?
Yeah, I do like that. That is
I'd rather just say TCU, though.
But it's a little bit like the hat you have on, our next round patch hat.
I think those patch hats are big in Texas, too. I think, those square patch hats like that. Looks like a barbecue joint in Texas.
Yeah. Good-looking hat. I'll leave it up to you guys whether you think he's a good-looking guy or not, but he's making a good point here. Offensive lineman Wes Harris, who says this about America going into the Michigan game and now them going into the national championship game.
Oh, it's huge, man. Nobody gave us a shot at the beginning of the year. I don't think anybody thought we'd win with 5-6 games. And, to be able to play for not only a national championship, we got to play for a Big 12 championship. We just won the Fiesta Bowl, and now we get to go play for a national championship. It's huge for this school, for the whole Fort Worth community. I think back of like the Rose Bowl in 2011, what it did for this place. And, you fast forward 10, 12 years later, we're playing for a national championship. It's awesome. I feel like it's going to turn this place around. It's definitely going to catch the attention of, recruits, just in that, talking that kind of stuff for football-wise. But it's great, man, especially like we get back from the game and there had been a couple thousand people here, cheering us on. And I've never seen anything like that. And it was awesome, to be a part of and, to know that the community's behind us. And, shoot, I feel like a lot of the, the country's behind us. I feel like people are kind of getting used to seeing the same teams win and win and win. And, you throw us in there, nobody gives us a shot. Well, now we got a shot. So, yeah, we're excited, and it's a good deal, man.
He would say nobody gave us a shot, and now it seems like everybody's cheering for us. And there does seem to be nobody gave him a shot against Michigan, but now there seems to be a larger number of people in America who are jumping on the underdog side of that and saying, yeah, I'd like to see little old TCU win this thing.
Well, I know you're an SEC fly-the-flag guy.
I know we're hated around the country, though.
I would think that most SEC fans are pulling against Georgia.
I think you're probably right on that because Georgia got theirs.
You say that, but once the game starts and they start Big 12 up by a touchdown on the big bad SEC.
If they start playing it that way,
the hair on the back of your neck's like, oh, come on, Georgia.
No. You're right if they start playing it that way. But if they start playing it, just the underdog, I think by and large people cheer for the underdog. If they don't have a dog in the fight or if they haven't gambled on the game, they cheer for the underdog.
If you are an SEC person, though, and you're watching that Ohio State game the other day, you may have started off cheering for Ohio State, but at some point, if you're a diehard SEC, at some point you were like, come on, not to Ohio State, not to the Big Ten. Come on, Georgia. Don't let that happen.
Didn't happen to me.
I don't put you in the same kind of category as the typical SEC fan.
You're anything but typical, Lance.
Yeah.
I'm about to be a Big Ten guy.
That's true. I wonder, I do wonder about TCU's ability to sustain this. I don't like their prospects of sustaining this.
They never have. Even Gary Patterson had great years and they come down. They go 11 wins, 6 wins.
Yeah.
It was up and down.
You won't put them in the top 12, top 15 next year to start off.
No, I will not.
Yeah.
Is Duggan going?
Yeah.
He's declared for the NFL already.
Yeah, then no.
Quentin Johnson's gone.
Yeah. No. I will not. I don't even know I have him top 25, Jim.
You may not even have him in the top 25.
No, it's not a given without Duggan and Quentin Johnson.
You see the last two. I'm telling you, Patrick, I'm pure SEC, will be going for TCU. Riley Stevens, Auburn fans.
Oh, I know Auburn fans will. They hate Georgia
literally
fans.
said that until the game starts. And then when they start dissing on the SEC, then you guys will change your tune. That's my point.
Who's going to diss on the SEC?
Oh, it'll happen in the broadcast. You'll get that feeling now. They'll be like, oh, the big bad SEC, not as good as they act like they are.
It's not like Klatt's calling this game.
That's a good point. It's not Klatt. If it was Klatt, 100% that way.
Hey, this is wild. The doctors at Cincinnati are meeting with the media right now that have cared for Damar Hamlin. And they said when he awoke, he opened his eyes overnight or early this morning. He can't talk because he's intubated, but they've given him a pad. What is the first thing he asked?
Did we win the game?
Who won the game? They wrote down who won the first thing he asked, who won the game.
Yeah, that was what a lot of people were saying that night. They were like, he was doing what he loves, risking his life, but doing what he loves, his dream. And I guarantee he's the kind of guy that when he wakes up in the hospital, the first thing he'll ask is, did we win?
Yep.
Wow.
The doctors say they wrote back, you won the game of life, my man. That's what they said they told him is you won the game of life.
And you just wonder if he thinks he woke up night of.
I don't know. Yeah, he's got to be super confused. Just wait till he checks his charity checking account.
Somebody's probably already alerted him on that.
I would hope they've told her that.
Yeah, well, that's great news on Damar Hamlin as the world continues to watch that and the NFL continues to move towards their final weekend of the regular season happening this week, and we'll see if they somehow reschedule that Bengals and Bills game or come up with another scenario. We get ready for more college football on Monday night tomorrow on the show when we're back with you live at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.